Welcome, everyone. We will slowly start with the Congress, and I would kindly invite to the stage Minister Luka Mesec, if you please join me.
Okay, thank you, Urška. Dear guests, dear Minister Simon Maljevac and Asta Vričko, dear honorary guest Yolanda Diaz. She's also, the mother of the initiative that we are celebrating today. Dear Excellencies, dear everyone. I would like to wish everyone a warm welcome in Ljubljana. I hope that you'll have a pleasant time with us. As I also hope that you will find some time to stroll around the city. I was already promoting that yesterday, that maybe the weather is not the best at the moment, but for me, December or late November is one of the most magical times in Ljubljana, because it's in the evening it's just cold enough to see those misty fogs around the city. And it's one of the utmost pleasures that I recommend. I do a stroll through the city center almost every day after my job. So, before we begin, I'm entitled to introduce you to the conference, to have an opening speech where I see my role as a kind of icebreaker. So I hope that I will not be too philosophical, but I'll try to set the stage. Well, the title of the Congress is World Divided, Labor United. So before we come to the point, I'd like to stress a few thoughts about the world as we live in today. I see it in the following way. There are different notions of time. In the West, we are used to think of time as that time has a beginning and time has an end. When I was reading some Chinese literature, I got an impression that there's a specific and different notion of time in Chinese culture that talks of time as a time of stability and time of chaos, and they go in cycles. And when Bosnian philosopher and writer Dževad Karahasan was visiting Ljubljana, he said that history is not progressive as we think in the West, that we are here and we are progressing towards the sky. He said in Islamic thought it is neither dead, neither cyclical, but it is spiral. So it does progress, but different patterns occur at different times. But there are patterns in history, and I will talk about this in my opening speech. So if we take these notions, chaos and order and spiral, I would start with chaos and order. Up until, say, 10 or 15 years ago, we thought of the world that we've reached, even though maybe we personally did not believe, but the society as a whole did believe that we reached some kind of the end of the history. That means the world is finally in order, the order for the future is known, and in that order only progress is possible. That kind of notion is ultimately broken. The history is back on its working, and the world we live in today is not a world of order, it is not a world of certainty. The future is full of fears, and the future is full of uncertainty. When I was attending the first Labor Congress a year ago in Madrid, someone talked about uncertainty. He nicely put it that living in the time of uncertainty is like walking through a thick fog. That's why I invited you to enjoy the fogs of Ljubljana. And I couldn't agree more, because when you are walking through a thick fog, your vision is blurred. You do not see very far away, and it can be very scary, especially if it is dark. And we certainly live in dark times. times are becoming dark because of different reasons. One of the reasons, of course, is neoliberalism that us in the left have been criticizing for a long time. It is becoming dark because of inequalities. We have poverty on one hand, and we have oligarchs that seem invincible on the other hand, both political and economical oligarchs. We see the failings of the political, institutional, and moral framework that was set by our ancestors after the Second World War, dismaying before our eyes. And we see how taboos that kept extremist ideologies in the 20th century at bay, we see those taboos failing today. Being an open fascist with a Nazi salute is becoming quite common. And being fascist or a Nazi was an absolute political no-go zone only a few decades ago, or even a few years ago. When I was reading Paolo Giordano, an Italian writer who was thinking about creeping apocalypse that he feels that we live in today, the sequences in the book were interrupted by rethinking about atom bombs that fell on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It was like creeping apocalypse and then boom, boom, 2 bombs. And in those 2 bombs, he told something incredible. He said that in Japanese, the event of the atomic bomb is called Pika-don. Pika means light, and don means sound. But there's a third sequence, because most of the Japanese people remember an atom bomb as a silent event, of course, those who survived. So there's light, there's boom, dawn, but most of the people remember it as a silent event, because after the blow, there's a complete silence. You hear absolutely nothing. And this has political importance, because I would use it as a metaphor. For the last 80 years, we have been living through that silence of the 2 atom bombs. So all of the superpowers were aware that if superpowers entangle in war, we could live in silence forever. But nowadays, a conflict between superpowers is not something that we cannot think of anymore. It is just the opposite. Nowadays, even Europe is thinking about rearmament to prepare for war. This will be one of the topics of our debate. But before we come to there, I would like to stress another point on one of the neglected reasons for the chaos that we live in today. Before someone says that I'm a Luddite, let me finish my point. I would say that my colleague Urška, who introduced me, told me an incredible story about China. When Deng Xiaoping was in charge, he tried to democratize China in the late 80s. And he experimented with putting walls on the city squares where people could write their ideas, their criticisms, their suggestions. And of course, the party expected that when such a space will be open, people will come up with ideas, with suggestions for the party and the society as such. But what they experienced was just criticism of Deng Xiaoping, criticism of the party. Everything was negative, and that ended terribly with killings on the Tiananmen Square. I'm telling this as a metaphor to what happened to us. When the wall of Berlin was falling and the scorpions were singing their wind of change, there was a bunch of dreamers in the IT sector who thought that with the internet we are developing a civilization of the mind, that the internet will ultimately bring us a common space where all of the knowledge of the society, past and present, will be shared, where all could participate in communal thinking, and that will give us an absolute connectedness of the world as such. But what really happened with the internet, we have seen in the last decades. First, we had the internet, then social media emerged, and then we got the smartphones. And today, what we read on the social networks are not bright ideas and so on. For the most part, it is anger, it is fury, it is hatred, it is bad commentary, it is hate speech, it is cracking of the taboos that held the society together. And here I'm coming to the second point of the time that I started my speech with, the spiral. Similar patterns occur at different times in history. Nowadays, we are seeing a rise of authoritarian regimes or modern absolutists as a response to that chaos that was brought to us also by social networks and the speech that we, and the dissolvement of the truth that it brought along. And I read a liberal economist with a very historical materialist point of view, who said the following. He said, it is not that the first time, that is not happening for the first time in Europe. We have seen similar pattern 500 years ago in the 16th century with the invention of the printing press. Now we see the invention of the printing press as a very good moment of history, but at that moment, what printing press brought to society was the following. When printing press was invented, books have spread among the society. With books, people have become more critical, especially to the church, and Reformation started. Reformation culminated into civil wars, the 30-year war in Europe, and utter chaos in the continent. How this chaos was ended? It was ended with absolutism. When Louis XIV declared the state, it is me, he cracked on everything, every dissident. He installed his agents instead of the local gentries to discipline the society. And this absolutist approach has been copied by Frederick II of Prussia, has been copied by Peter the Great of Russia. He had many imitators back in the 16th century. So absolutism spreaded. Nowadays, what we see when we are talking about modern day absolutism, I believe that the first leader who performed such an approach is Vladimir Putin, who transformed Russia into Putinist spectacle. And this is being imitated by Xi of China, by Modi of India, by Trump of America, by Orban of Hungary. So absolutism is a way to go through chaos because it gives people false certainty, because it gives them the impression that there's a leader in charge who will handle the future in our name, but that has a very clear deficiency. Namely, when system becomes centralized in one person, and that person is not immortal, even though I heard that Putin and Xi were talking about immortality when they last met in Beijing. When they die, the whole system is still fixated on them, but the society is very prone to dissolve without the central authority. And that happened with the past absolutisms. The absolutism of Louis the 14th, Louis XIV, has ended in French Revolution. The Russian absolutism that lasted much longer have ended in two Russian revolutions, the February and the October. But on the other hand, back in the 16th century, they invented another answer to the chaos, and that was institutional reform. Those countries who have gone the other way, for instance, Great Britain or the Netherlands, where monarchies decided to become constitutional monarchies, they're still monarchies today. And that is the moral of the story for us. Today, yes, we live in an age of chaos. Today, yes, there is a tendency towards centralization of power in the hands of oligarchs, but that is the wrong answer. The right answer is to find appropriate institutional reform to embed those people who nowadays have a voice, who want to have a voice, who want to participate in the democratic institutions. And this is where I'm coming to my last point: world divided, labor united. Yeah, world is divided today, but why is it divided? It is divided because of the modern absolutists, because those people who exploit public fears, uncertainties, they usually use nationalisms and suprematisms and chauvinisms to fuel their power. On the other hand, us as the left, us as progressive movements, us as Democrats, we have been always in the forefront for the fight of democracy, social rights, and human rights. And we, that is the first point, must and will not allow our countries to become authoritarian, our leaders to become absolutist, and we are here to discuss how to find solutions to reform the democratic institutions that we have so they can absorb the society as we know it today. Yes, the technological structure of society have surpassed the social structure of society, but that just means that social structure of society has to be upgraded. So in the three panels that I'm announcing at this point, we will discuss three topics. The first is what can be done on European level today. Can we reject warfare? Can we reject Trump when he says you will have to pay 5% for armament? And how can we reform and upgrade European social contract so it can become more inclusive, so people will feel ownership of the European Union? I believe that this is the true illness of Europe. Does anyone here in the room feel somehow connected to the decisions made by Ursula von der Leyen? This is the question that I'm asking. I know my answer. I'm sure you know yours. So the question for Europe is how to reform its institutional framework, its social contract, so it can become inclusive, it can upgrade its social structure to be fit for today's society. The second panel will talk about economic democracy. Now, when power is becoming centralized in the hands of oligarchs, many practical cases have shown that when the right wing is talking about working discipline, about trimming the welfare state, about lowering workers' rights, maybe the answer how to find motivated employees, how to foster competitiveness in the companies, how to foster innovation lies just on the other side. It lies on the side where companies decide to give more power to the employees, to give their shares in the ownership, to give their shares in the managing and thinking about um, managerial processes in the company. This will be the second panel. And then the third panel, because we are here in Ljubljana, we are part of the Balkans. We will talk about what is happening in the Balkans today. As I said yesterday, the Balkans today, especially in the European debates, is a neglected region. Europe, more or less, acts as if the Balkan doesn't exist. It is just there. It is a non-region that we don't have to really handle or care about. But in the Balkans, we have many progressive movements. We have authoritarian regimes that are similar to those that are being born in Europe today. And we have activists with many experiences that can be told how to handle our problems, European problems. So in the fourth panel, we will give word to the people from the region. And so, not to be too long with my introduction, I wish you a warm welcome again in Ljubljana, and I hope that we will start finding appropriate answers to the many challenges that we have today. Thank you.
Hello, also on my behalf. Those who were here yesterday already know me. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the International Labour Congress, on behalf of the Ministry of Solidarity-Based Future, I am honored to be able to address such a distinguished and committed international audience today. Luca made a great overview of the current situation that we are living in. He went all across the world, but I will remain in Slovenia and speak a bit more about the second panel that is coming today. So I would like to take this opportunity to present to you an important legislative change in Slovenia that we have implemented in the field of worker co-ownership. Last month, the National Assembly of the Republic of Slovenia actually adopted the Employee Ownership Cooperative Act, which the Ministry of Solidarity-Based Future has prepared jointly with the Ministry of Labour, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunity. This step is not only a legal novelty, but also our vision for entrepreneurship and the economy, since it gives a strong voice to employees and worker communities. With the adoption of this law, Slovenia has become the only country in the European Union to have a co-ownership model based on ESOP model. So far, only 3 countries in the world have introduced such an employee ownership model: the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom. The ESOP model has proven to be one of the most successful models abroad in ensuring long-term stability of companies, a fairer distribution of profits, and greater resilience of local communities. These were also the main arguments that were leading us to draft the Employee Ownership Act and in accordance with ESOP model. With the Employee Ownership Act, we have created a legal basis for numerous Slovenian companies that in the coming years will face withdrawals of their funders from ownerships due to retirement. So we gave them a new view of how the companies can be developed and how the ownerships can evolve. The numbers are a cause for concern. A recent extensive survey has shown that in the coming years, many Slovenian companies will face a wave of ownership transfers, while many company owners are facing retirement and have not made yet succession plans. As many as 2/3 of companies, so 2/3, whose owners are over 65, do not have a plan for transferring ownership. This poses a serious risk to the stability of the economy and prosperity in Slovenia, where family businesses are mostly common, accounting for around 3/4 of all companies. However, the vast majority of their descendants are not interested in taking over the family businesses, and so we have therefore offered employees in these companies the legal option of taking over ownership. And this will increase the loyalty to the company, this will identify more with its values, and they will stay with the company for longer. We can see that in other countries. With a law based on the ESOP model, Slovenia is joining the ranks of countries that understand that the future of economy lies in stable companies, a fairer share for employees, and stronger local communities. The Employee Ownership Cooperative Act is not just a new piece of legislation or a new legal mechanism. It represents a strategic decision which we have laid one of the key foundations for the future structure of the Slovenian economy. I am convinced that the practice in the coming years will show that this model can significantly strengthen especially small and medium-sized enterprises, provide them with stability during generational changes, and enable the value creation to remain where it is generated among workers and in local environment. In this way, Slovenia is sending a clear message that it is building an economy in which ownership, responsibility, and the benefits of development are shared more fairly and in a way that is sustainable in a long term. So I am looking forward to the discussion in all three panels. This is going to be discussed in the second, but we'll now begin with the first panel, which will be introduced by a video message from Roxana Minzatu, Executive Vice President of the European Commission for Skills, Education, Quality Jobs, and Social Rights. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, it is a pleasure to join you for this important conference on the future of work and social policy in Europe. I want to thank Luca for organizing it and Yolanda for initiating this process last year. The European social model is one of our greatest achievements. It is what makes Europe more than a market, a union built on solidarity, on equal opportunity, and on social justice. This model has delivered better living standards for all, through quality jobs and strong social protection. It has helped us reduce poverty, protect the vulnerable, and build strong democratic institutions. But today, it is coming under pressure. Geopolitical tensions, global competition, technological changes, they are all testing the strength of our social model. And more than ever, we must stay true to what defines us. We must resist external pressures that push us to weaken our standards. Europe should not compete by lowering protections or by turning its back on social fairness. Our strength lies in our values and our hard-won social rights. Fair pay, safe workplaces, and access to quality social services. That is how we compete and how we keep our societies cohesive. Quality also means security, supporting workers through the transformations that are reshaping our industries. We must be better prepared for the impact of these transitions on people and in regions. For this, I believe we need a true transition mechanism, a permanent toolkit backed by investment to anticipate and manage change, to help sectors adapt, and to support every worker in moving into new jobs. Workers must know that Europe stands with them in the face of change. And finally, we talk about enlargement. I'm fully committed to it. But let me be clear. Enlargement should not come at the expense of workers' rights. It should not become a way to get cheap labor. Today's discussions go to the heart of the kind of Europe that we want. A Europe that protects, that prepares, that cares for its people. And a Europe that proves that growth and fairness can go together. Let us work together to keep this vision alive. I thank you and I wish you an inspiring conference.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Adler, and I'm the General Coordinator of the Progressive International. I'm also the first US American to be speaking at this conference. So insofar as our title is World Divided, Labor United, I want to apologize on behalf of the government that seems to be ripping at the seams of the geopolitical order, and with an expression of my profound contrition, invite us all to think about what it might look like for us to not only rebuild on the European continent, but to think about what it might build alliances and partnerships far beyond it. Of course, narrowly in the topic of welfare or warfare, we're called to think about this new bid that Europe has launched to rearm the continent, and of course to redefine its place in the broader geopolitical order. And so I think the core question that this panel seeks to answer is not just who's producing what weapons and from where, but really what instruments we identify as the true defense of Europe's strategic autonomy. What is that great agenda that everyone from Macron to Orban to Meloni to Pedro Sanchez are talking about, which is how to make Europe a truly independent, autonomous, and resilient continent in the context of this geopolitical turbulence. So is it welfare? Is it warfare? Must Europe invest in bombs and bullets and F-35s and military procurement for the United States, a new generation of technological dependence on firms like Palantir? Or can, as we just heard, our investments in the social model, our ailing social model, in our technological capacities and in our long-suffering industries, become the true cornerstones of the continent's strategic autonomy? I'm very honored to moderate a very distinguished panel, and so I'll call up the panelists one by one who will take their seats here to my left, starting with the second seat, and call for your applause to welcome each of these panelists to the stage. The first panelist is, as Luca Minister Mesec has told us, the mother of this initiative. I'm very honored to welcome La Ministra Yolanda Díaz to the stage with a warm round of applause. Please, Yolanda, por favor, que la silla es suya. Second, I'd like to re-welcome our host for the day, Luka Mesec, of course, minister here in Slovenia and coordinator of Levica, and a dear friend. Luka, please welcome back to the stage. Sorry, excuse me, co-coordinator. Don't want to get that one wrong. I'm also very delighted to welcome to this panel Thea Yarts, who's Confederal Secretary of the ETUC, and former president of the ETUC Youth Committee as well. And no panel in Slovenia would be sufficient without a philosopher to help us reflect on the deeper questions of the day. Please welcome Samo Tomšič, who's a professor of philosophy and aesthetics at the University of Fine Arts, Dresden, Germany. Please, Dr. Tomšič. Welcome to the panel. So our panel today will be structured across three main questions, and each one of those questions I'll put individually to the panelists: on Europe's social model and divided worlds, on questions of AI and industry and technological sovereignty, and then finally, more narrowly, on the questions of the politics of solidarity in the world today. My ambition really, especially in the context of such an intimate room with so many bright minds and important policymakers from across the Balkans, from across Europe, is that we can have a very honest and frank discussion that, of course, mixes parts of the technical aspects of the policies that we're addressing, so we can have a very high-level conversation, with one that speaks, I think, really more generously, more frankly, about some of the questions that Luca raised in his opening remarks, about the kind of politics of of the labor movement, and of policy transformation in Europe today. And I'm hoping that we can all emerge then with not just jargon and buzzwords, not just high-minded critiques, but something more concrete in terms of a plan of action. So with that, I'll take my seat and begin speaking in Spanish. Bueno, Ministra Díaz. Ahora vamos a empezar hablando en español. Por favor, que utilicen los aparatos que están ahí. Y empezaremos aquí con la ministra Díaz. Estamos hablando en esta primera ronda.
Can you please take your headsets?
En las palabras que iniciaron el panel. Su ministerio ha sido pionero, importante en reformas laborales que son muy no solo innovadoras, pero también inspiradoras para todo el continente. Desde la ley RAI.
Now, the reforms that you adopted are also a great source of inspiration. But one should also point out that Spain has offered some resistance to President Trump, who tried to redirect the European policy in the direction of the war at the expense of the welfare state. How do you think that we can defend the success of Spain? And that is in the direction of both the conservative forces in Europe, but also in relationship to Mr. Trump. I would like to thank Luka Mesec. It is always a pleasure for me to be able to share my thoughts with you. We would like the citizens to understand that Trump is at war with Europe because of the poor economic situation. He started with the tariffs war because of the huge trade deficit. But I think he tackled it the wrong way. And this is why he started having an argument in an irrational way. It seems that he is doing everything he can to try and defend the economy of his country. The US economy only accounts for 15% of the global economy. The remaining 85% belong to other countries, to all of us, and this is why we can change the rhetoric of Mr. Trump. So what is he doing? He started a war. But Trump is also trying to increase the technological and economic dependence, launching an industrial war. In this way, he's also trying to increase the financial dependence of countries on the United States. And he's doing that by increasing the tariffs. We see President Trump trying to strike alliances with oligarchs and representatives of authoritarian governments. He is trying to work with established elites. We are also facing globalization. And the question is, who is going to rule us and who will be in power? It is quite clear that Trump is working against our values, human rights, democracy, workers' rights, and he is instigating wars. That's what he's doing. And he's doing that with a crazy policy and with a crazy discourse. And this is something I have said in my country as well. And many people have been surprised by it. But I think that he knows very well what he's doing. Also, I do not share what Ursula von der Leyen is doing. I do not agree with what she's doing, and I have not been agreeing from the very first moment when Madame von der Leyen said that Europe must rearm. Also, an increased EU budget and European defense spending from 1.9, it went up by 35%. And this is just what we should not be doing. And the position of Madame von der Leyen is precisely what President Trump wants to achieve, i.e., to increase Europe's dependence on the United States. The war industry will fund the US economy, and this is precisely what President Trump wants to achieve. And this is something we have to explain to people in simple terms. Of course, Europe must have its defense policy. Europe must be autonomous in its defense. And I understand the title of our panel very well. Yes, I am in favor of Europe's foreign and defense policy, of course. And it was a big mistake that Europe has not had its own foreign and defense policy in the past. But the question is which defense model we are going to have. This is a decision to be made, and it's not a sum of all armed forces in Europe. During the coronavirus pandemic, we borrowed together. But today, we should also decide together what sort of defense policy Europe needs, and it should not be based on increased defense spending. The EU is based on welfare state, and also it is based on peace, not just in Europe, but across the world. Unfortunately, the Europe that we live in today is making steps backwards in quite a significant way. And I believe that the social heart of Europe is weakened, and we are moving away from the welfare state. So we should defend Europe, but not a Europe of authoritarians, not a Europe that is working against women, not Europe that is fighting environmental policies and efforts for LGBTQ communities. We hear that we are now already at war, and that therefore all means are allowed. So I'm now talking to Luca. What is the explanation that we are trying to change the European Social Fund? Why is the European Social Fund shrinking? What relation does this have with the war? There is no connection whatsoever. I am a progressist, and I am pro-European. However, make no mistake, if the workers, the trade unions, in other words, all of us, even a professor is an employee, a worker. Even an ambassador is a worker. Waitresses are workers. There is no Europe without a social policy, without a welfare state. We need trade unions. We need a social policy. We need skills, because at this time of uncertainty, we must be able to use our brain and think. We should not only talk to people, we must also convince people, also from an emotional point of view, tell them that we can win and that we can improve their lives. The solution is not in the radical right parties, because it keeps killing us, jailing us, also the trade unionists, and it is happening across the world. And this is why a discussion that there is money for armament. More money for armament means more people killed. The question is, do we need more welfare Europe? And I think that more welfare Europe is the answer. The radical right is winning because we are unable to resolve the key problems that we are having in our societies today, where a young Spaniard cannot afford an apartment because the rent is higher than the minimum wage. And if that is the situation, they will turn into supporters of the radical right. If we don't offer any alternatives, these young people will become easy prey of the radical right. And Milei, even though they knew what he's doing in Argentina, people would still say they will support him, and Luca knows it. Let's be very careful with the European Commission, because we are being bombarded with the discourse about Europe losing on competitiveness ever since the 90s. This means that there was competition among EU countries, which led to a precarious status and reforms that were quite similar across Europe. And I have been fighting very hard in debates on collective bargaining. I also had an argument with the European Commission as to how to lead the social dialogue in the future. And today, Spain is implementing solutions that are quite unique. I believe that currently we are having a debate on competitiveness. And I think it's very important what sort of language we are using. What is happening is a discourse that is nothing like the discourse that we had in the past. We see an increasing number of poor people. And when we met in Porto, we did not achieve what we wanted to achieve. We see there are more precarious workers. We see the poverty not going down from 15%. And I think that the European Commission should give an opportunity to ordinary people so that they could lead a normal life. And also, women should be mobilized to a greater extent. Women are saying that there is no democracy in the world without women's participation, and that goes for my country, and that goes for all countries. Women should have an opportunity to participate, and we can see that the standards are getting lower. We should not make any steps backwards. But democracy is very closely associated with work. This is a must in Europe. We also need more transparency in Europe, and this is something I have been supporting. Why do women still earn less than men? Of course, it doesn't mean that we should rearm, just the opposite. The European Commission, facing a genocide in front of its door in Gaza, and it never said a word. The European Commission has also prohibited protest in Budapest. I was there, and the European Commission said nothing. In my country, we have a Palestinian minister who was prevented from going to Israel. I, too, was prevented from going to Israel myself. We need more Europe, a different Europe.
We're going to continue just straight down the line here. Luca, I was hoping, Minister Mesec, my apologies. I was hoping you could give a Balkan perspective on this, or even a Slovenian perspective on this. One of the things that Minister Diaz was bringing up was the tension between these big concepts of the Commission around competitiveness and around security policy and the real needs of workers on the front line of this crisis of precarity and the social model that has supposedly been a pillar of European identity and the European project for a long time. How do you see some of the trade-offs or some of the tensions between this new geopolitical mandate that grants permanent exception oftentimes to employers and to governments and to the autocrats that you mentioned in your opening speech, and some of the social reforms and social policies you're trying to advance here in Slovenia, and of course that you've convened us from across the Balkans to consider as part of a common agenda?
Thank you, David. I will basically continue where Yolanda has left us. And I will tell my story through three tragedies: the tragedy of the EU, the tragedy of the right, and the tragedy of the left. So if I start with the tragedy of the EU, what I see in the EU and its urge to rearm, I see the following. What Trump is doing to European leaders is painful. On the one hand, he gathered them in Hague in a hall like this, and he said, well, up until today, from the Second World War, you were free riding on our defense expenditure, and now you will have to pay for yourself. So pay 5%. Will you, or America is out of NATO? And of course, with a bright exemption of Pablo, the leader said, okay, we are doing that, but until 35, and they think, okay, maybe we have bought him off because in 10 years he will not be there in the place. But they have given that arrangement, and everyone has seen that Trump has pushed all of the European leaders and said you will pay 5%. The second thing that he's doing to them is that he's neglecting Europe. Now I read that Trump and Putin are negotiating a peace agreement in Ukraine themselves, without Ukraine and without Europe. Von der Leyen said 2 days ago, well, I believe that Europe and Ukraine should be included in this debate. I didn't see that Trump did even bother to respond. So he's humiliating. And when he invites European leaders to his court, I will say, he pokes them publicly. You know, he says something funny about Macron. He makes a nasty joke about von der Leyen and so on. Everyone there is humiliated, but one, Meloni. He doesn't humiliate Meloni. So Meloni is now seen as, you know, the most decent politician in Europe in this Trumpist world. So what European, I know how European leaders feel right now. They feel humiliated, they feel weak, they feel that they do not even have a seat at the table. So their response is quite logical. They think, okay, we have to rearm, we have to get stronger, and once we are stronger, we will be taken seriously, and we will have the seat at the table, and they will not be able to humiliate us anymore. I believe it is, in part, it is that simple. But the true tragedy is that Europe is not weak. Europe is just divided. As Yolanda said before, we are not even military weak. We have 1 million soldiers right now in Europe, but they are distributed among 27 nation states. The tragedy of Europe is that when von der Leyen talks to Trump, he says, well, okay, yeah, we talked, and then he calls Meloni, and Meloni says, well, I don't agree with that. And then he goes to Viktor Orban and has, well, to hell with von der Leyen, I don't agree with that, what she said. So Europe doesn't have any kind of unified policy. So this is the tragedy of Europe. Now I'm coming to the second point, the tragedy of the right. The tragedy of the right is that they're not talking about leaving Europe anymore, at least most of them, but they are fueling their nationalist desires through criticism of the Brussels. You know, it's like France first and Germany first and so on. And they do not know what I believe Jacques Delors said 3 decades ago. He said, European Union is constituted by 2 types of states. The states that are small and the states that do not know yet that they are small. That is the tragedy of the right. With their nationalisms and even weaker European Union, they themselves will become weaker in the world. Do you think that in the world when China, America, India and Russia are negotiating, a French prime minister, even though if that is Le Pen, can be a decisive factor? No, she can't. No, she can't. But she just doesn't know that yet. And now I'm coming to the third tragedy, the tragedy of the left. The tragedy of the left is that we do not know yet how to address this problem. We do not know yet how to connect the people. And we are in defense, and we have no reason to be in defense. They say that we are killing the economy. They say that we are destroying the social fabric. But let's take a look at the results. Since we have a center-left government, we have record high employment. We have record high wage growth. We have record low poverty. Even we are the first country with the least poverty among children in the world, not only in Europe. We are catching up with more developed European states. 10 years ago, Slovenia had 80% of average development of Europe. Now we have 91. So nothing of what the right wing is telling about us is true. Nothing. But we are still in defense. And the other problem is that we do not connect our struggles. We tried to do it with Yolanda in the previous term of Commission with a huge help from Nicola Schmidt, who should be here today but had to apologize unfortunately. We have managed to win 2 fights in Europe. Fight for a directive on minimum wage and fight for directive on platform work. But currently there's 2 ministers from the left side in the European Roundtable, and the European policy is still based in national frameworks. So we will really have to work in the following years to tell, first to learn to tell our story and to connect those fights for a Europe that we deserve, for a Europe that is unified, for a Europe that resembles our values, for Europe when we can feel ownership of it. And I believe we will have to, on one hand, expand our social struggles. The second panel today will be about economic democracy. I believe that fight for workers' ownership is something that we can propel across Europe, and we will have to unify our policies about how European Union should look like and should function like. Because people today, even Slovenians, they are not dissatisfied with the present. When we ask people in Slovenia, are you satisfied with the present? It will turn out that currently Slovenia is one of the 3 most happy states in the European Union, and that 9 out of 10 people say, yes, materially I'm okay. But what they are concerned about is politics, and that means the future. In the future, they see only fog, and it is that fog that we will, that needs to be blown away by a good story and political project.
Thank you so much, Minister Mesic. And one of the things that really connects both of the ministers' contributions to the first round of questions is a common concern about what we might call this reactionary international, or the international of hate, as Minister Diaz put it last night, this network of far-right forces across the world. But those forces are not just the famous figureheads on the political front lines. It's not just the Melonis and the Millets and the Trumps. It's also the Musks and the Peter Thiels and the corporate interests that really are, I would argue, the beating heart. I mean, let's be materialists about this. It's not just the puppets. It's also the people who are making profits from this. Now, Tia, I'm very happy to have a trade union perspective to balance out the cabinet level perspectives here as well. And at the level of the ETUC, you're really in the very heart of the tripartite negotiations between states, firms, bosses, workers, all this messy business. And I was wondering if you could speak from that perspective. We've had some really high level observations here about the new geopolitical turbulence. But what does this mean both for the kind of push towards deregulation that we're seeing as a result, or under the banner and the excuse of a new competitiveness agenda, for example? And what does it mean in terms of the declining density of the trade unions in Europe? I mean, what are the kinds of conversations that you're having about the trade-offs and the tensions that both Luca and Yolanda have put on the table, and what are the kind of what is the new thinking on how to maybe reconstruct the labor movement from towards a labor united moment in a geopolitically divided world?
Thank you so much. And yes, indeed, working in Brussels, working with the European Commission and with the employers' organization, indeed, we have this privilege that we are always around the table. Social dialogue is being respected, we are being consulted, but then at the end of the day, I cannot say that we, as the workers' voice, are actually winning. Because what we see, and especially from the new start of this European Commission mandate, after the European elections, is that things has changed. So we see a huge rise, of course, of the far right in the European Parliament, and we have seen a huge rise of these neoliberal policies, where European Commission is saying very bluntly what are the new priorities. So if indeed in the first mandate, Ursula von der Leyen was a president of the European Commission who has delivered minimum wage directive, who has delivered platform work directive, who has delivered gender pay transparency directive, and so on and so forward. Now she's the president of a commission who is delivering omnibuses. Omnibuses that are basically deregulation agenda. So indeed, as Yolanda and as Luca said, the main things that are being discussed at the European level right now, it's the competitiveness, simplification, and deregulation. And in the name of the competitiveness, so far, Ursula von der Leyen has already proposed 8 different legislative initiatives for the employers. How many did she propose for the workers? Not even one. We are waiting till December when she promised that she's going to deliver, and of course, Roxana Minzato, the Commissioner for Job, the Quality Job Act, where we have put a lot of our hopes in, but of course a lot of our agenda and of course a lot of our lobbying and strategies as well. But we see a clear imbalance that the corporate interests are prevailing and the workers are being left behind. And yeah, in this deregulation agenda, what they are trying to do is basically dismantle and jeopardize the standards that we have been fought for decades and centuries. A concrete example is, for example, Working Time Directive. We have it at the European level, it sets up some kind of standards, and right now what they're trying to do, exactly in the name of rearming and the conflicts and the geopolitical situation, that we need to loosen up those standards so that the military can be responsive, so that basically people will work longer without any limitations when this is needed. They are thinking about introducing, or they will basically, 28 company regime. Again, what does it mean, 28 company regimes? They haven't elaborated yet, but basically they're trying to create a separate set of rules, because the rules that we have in 27 member states that actually have minimum wages, that have limitations on working time, that have limitations of exploitation, all of this is not good enough for the new tech bros that we're trying to bring from the America. So they're trying to loosen up the rules and the standards that we have set up in 27 member states and develop a new set of rules called 28 company regime that is going to apply for the new businesses that we're trying to attract to come here but not respect our rules, not play according to what we have set up in the European Union as our European social model. So this is at stake right now. And of course, the new multi-annual financial program, the multi-annual financial framework that has been proposed before this summer from the European Commission goes exactly in this direction. So we have had a European Social Fund as a separate instrument. It's the main financial investment that should follow the social objectives, the labor objectives, the standards that helps member states, also in Slovenia and in other ones, even financing public services, actually investing in children, in child guarantee, in youth guarantee, reducing poverty, in skills, and indeed in public services, and they have scrapped the European Social Fund as a separate funding program. What they did instead, they established a new fund that it's called Competitiveness Fund. So again, we see a huge amount of policy decisions and investment going to businesses, and at the same time, without any rules. So it seems that the European social model, it's not seen as the biggest competitive advantage, although it should be. Because we should build on the fact that Europe is a place where it's good to live and work, where it's good to raise children, where it's safe, where we protect the environment, where we protect our communities, where we are not afraid what's going to happen the next day, where we have some kind of stability and security. And maybe to connect this exactly with the question of rearming, what we are trying to do at the European Trade Union Confederation, it's exactly, of course, to oppose the rearming, to oppose militarization, to oppose war, to say that as much as we are, at least as much as we are investing in all of this, we should be investing in diplomacy, in conflict resolution, and at the same time to present that security should mean something broader than just rearming. Security means that we can pay our electricity bill. Security means that we have stable contracts. Security means that we know how much we're going to earn at the end of the month. Security means that there is a place where people can put their children, that there is childcare, that there is elderly care, all of this. And security doesn't mean only fighting with and imperialism tendencies, but it also means, getting ready for the climate changes, because those are happening. And exactly with reshuffling the money to rearming, we are forgetting to invest in fighting the climate change. So we are trying to really also shift the narrative of all of those discussions. But at the same time, I will be also very honest that as the trade unions, we're also struggling. And our membership, it's very diverse. And if you talk with a worker from Spain or from Italy, where they have a history of pacifist movements, they are, of course, opposing this rearming idea. But when you talk with a worker from Poland or from Latvia or Estonia or Lithuania, they are feeling this threat and they are scared. And why they're scared, and this connecting to what Luca said, exactly because they don't have trust that the EU is going to protect them. And not in a sense only of rearming, but in this broader sense of security. And what at the same time we see is that, also workers, and you don't have to be at the border with Russia to feel this threat, but also workers in industries, they are not being protected. Their jobs are being lost. For example, automotive sector, there are thousands and thousands of jobs being lost basically on daily basis. And exactly the industries, those automotive industries, they are now shifting into developing arming industry. So there are already companies that have basically started producing parts for not only cars, but also for tanks. And when you talk with those workers, and if they have a chance to either lose their job because automotive industry is going down, or keep their job but start producing arms, it's a hard dilemma for them. And of course, it shouldn't be, and we need to have more and more those discussions at the workplaces, but also at the national level, but we need to also present the alternatives. So what we're building now, it's exactly a different vision of Europe that doesn't fall into this trap that we need to fight, that jobs will be only protected if those are military jobs, but that we basically produce the alternatives that are going to be green jobs, that are going to be quality jobs, and are going to be jobs that are going to serve the communities.
Thank you so much, Tia. Dr. Tomšič, I think we can stay really on this point about the puzzling, contradictory, or even might say schizophrenic nature of the present conjuncture with the new rift in the Atlantic, where on the one side it's producing a certain strand of kind of Euro-pessimism, a new vassalization. Look at us crowding around in the White House. We're just vassals. What future is there for Europe and its small powers? But on the other hand, it's producing a kind of Euro-chauvinism as well. I mean, if you'll forgive me, but who can forget the famous quip of our friend Borrell talking about the jungle out there and Europe as the garden and the need to protect this kind of garden. And I guess as the resident philosopher on the stage, I wanted to ask you about Europe's identity. We're talking about, Yolanda at the beginning, I think it was Yolanda, pointed out that Europe, the European Union institutionally was born of these twin pillars, one of peace and one of the welfare state and social provision. And now it feels as if that identity is being rewritten towards a civilizational view of Europe. How do you see these questions of geopolitics factoring into a new sense of European identity? On what might we base that identity that doesn't fall into the traps, as Tia was just pointing out, of militarism, of imperialism, of colonialism, that doesn't require a sense of either xenophobic rejection of what comes outside, but could foster new kinds of partnerships and alliances both within the continent and perhaps to other partners, let's say, in the global south, for example. 5 minutes, by the way, to answer all those questions. Yeah, so.
Yeah, no problem. It's philosophy. I can pull some bunnies out of my hat. So first of all, thank you very much for having me on this panel. It's a great pleasure to have the opportunity to reflect on these important issues. And I guess I would first of all like to link back to what Ministers Yolanda Diaz and Luka Mesec have said, because they both pointed out that there is a certain misrepresentation or also misunderstanding when it comes to the question of European security. And not only, and also Thea was addressing this in her reply, job security, environmental security, minority security is an important aspect of the question of security, but also that when it comes to arms, or the question of the status of the army and of how this is being managed, how this is being financed, and how this is being equipped, let's say, it doesn't exclude. I mean, pacifism doesn't exclude management of armies. It's a question of how war is being embedded in the reorganization of economy. So one aspect would be, of course, deregulation. The other one would be precarization, and the third would be, of course, the function of war as an economic agency. And this is I think, the problem that we are confronting when Europe responds to Trump's demands to increase arms spending. So the economic function of war as a means of economic growth, or as one component of how to secure this completely ludicrous and also antisocial function of growth in capitalist economies. Now, I think you were mentioning also this kind of resentimental backlash, in a way, that has brought racist sentiments or even racist worldviews back to the forefront of European politics. And I mean, this has clearly to do also with the two traumas that Europe has or European integration has experienced since, let's say, 2012. One was the European debt crisis, where the implementation of the debt brake on the example of Greece served as an exemplary lesson for other, specifically South European member states. I mean, it was a public display of economic sadism, to put it a little bit dramatically, to serve as an example how to discipline member states that refuse to follow the path of the politics of austerity, on behalf of respecting the fiscal rules set up by the EU, which has been hitherto a predominantly neoliberal political program. I mean, this is what they were claiming. And the other trauma, and this is already a moment where within Europe a certain racism came to the agenda. That's why I'm talking about the trauma, an intra-European trauma. And the other one was the so-called refugee crisis, which in a way emboldened right-wing parties, but not only right-wing parties, also central parties, to put this kind of racism directed towards the extra-European, outside European other, to the forefront of political discourse and making politics. So in a way, we are, we still live in the aftermath of these political events that have recentered Europe back on its old, traditional racist foundation of making politics. So here, I think, I'm across time. So let me just add one last sentence. Here, I think we are confronting the problem as the left that actually we cannot count on centrist parties. You know, I mean, of course, we have this extremization process happening with national populist parties coming to, you know, to increase their votes and so on and so forth. But I would say a major problem are centrist parties, which always draw towards the right, you know, who never forget to solidarize themselves with the more reactionary forces in daily politics. So you know, like the issue that I'm asking myself over and over again is, what strategy is needed here? You know, Slovenia is one of the rare examples where we have liberals collaborating with the left. But if I look at Germany, where I live, you know, you can see how the Christian Union is being re-educated politically re-educated by the rise of the AfD and its discourse and its political ideas, if you can even call them like that. And the difference that you mentioned, how Ursula von der Leyen was operating in the first mandate and in the second mandate, reflects this. I mean, she really, you know, is exemplary, and as a CDU politician, you know, it also doesn't surprise me that she's undergoing this political, well, you can't even call it conversion, because I think it's just built in the central right or the traditional people's parties, that they are much more susceptible to thinking that they have to adjust to the right-wing agenda rather than sticking in the middle where they claim to be belonging. Sorry, it was a bit long.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tomtic. And, you know, since we're having, I think, such a rich and engaging discussion, part of me sort of wants to throw these out the window and just go directly to the political questions that you're talking about. And now I will ask you to put in your translation machines, because I'm going to go and speak in Castellano again, so I'll give everyone a moment to put in their headphones. Porque, ministra Yolanda Díaz, porque España nos presenta una paradoja. Por un lado, representa la economía.
Ministrica Diaz, zakaj imamo v Španiji ta paradoks? Minister
A la vez ve a nivel diario, como dijo el doctor, un avance.
Minister Diaz has a very challenging situation. Their position is such that there is a wave of new reactionary right-wing parties. What is going on? Is this sovereignty that brings together racism, the extreme right? But of course, also our discourse has to be sovereign, the discourse on the left. The discourse of the left could be focused on political security, on measures that protect us against the extreme agenda, which is jeopardizing our rights. How do you think we could really get on top of the sovereignty agenda? How could we again win the hearts and the minds, the brains of these people who are now glued to their screens, as Minister Mesec was mentioning? How can we resolve this issue? You've been discussing a great deal about how we can juxtapose and confront the situation. We have a very rich audience also in this hall. How can you chip into this debate? Well, this is a question of this debate. The Pope Francis spoke a great deal, and he involved many people into dialogue. And he said that we are not on the brink of crisis, but we are facing several crises. We are going through a terrible crisis, which includes climate conditions as unseen ever before. And this is what attacks democracy. As Professor just said, the center is not deciding in the political sense. What we are seeing is a bipolar debate. The central political parties can also make a historic mistake because history is not reproduced in a mimetic form. As somebody said, there are similarities throughout history which can concern us. And I will quote a book and an author that I would very much recommend to you. It's called The Agenda. And it places the focus on something that is topical, that is done in your country. We see how Trump took over power and how he is supported by huge tech companies. So this is a secret pact between Nazism and German politicians. So this agenda is not something that previously existed, this link between Nazism and German entrepreneurs. So this book is called El Orden del Día by Eric Villard, and this is something that could concern us. And we should take it on board if we want to be able to fight it. I visited California and San Francisco. I spoke with many unions and many businesses, and businesses know that there is a lot of illoyal competition, unfair competition going around. The monopolies are not strong in numerical terms, but they are ready to do everything it takes. So in the end, they can fight their own interests. In our country, there are many companies that are fighting the big tech companies. They are trying to set up certain limitations. And they are forced to do so because otherwise they are constrained in their business endeavors. So these companies are the victims of the North American technological companies. And in order to respond to your question, what we need is a link so that we can defend democracy. This is what is at stake. I'm not an apocalyptic person. I'm also a daughter of a businessman in Spain. And I'm also very proud of the fact that I represent this tradition. But please believe me that our debate has always been democratic, but today it is no longer the case. And the right-wing parties know why they are going that path. When the conservative right decides to break the link with the rest, Feijóo is in a much poorer position in Spain today than it used to be some months ago. So who is winning? This is why the right-wing parties are also concerned. They know what is going on. They are completely aware of the developments, and they know that they will lose. So we find ourselves in a situation when we are taken over by fear. People in California, in the United States, spoke quite openly to me that Trump is destroying the economy. his ideas are anti-economy, but they are afraid to say so publicly because they are afraid they're also losing ground because of the tax policies that are being introduced. Also, Elon Musk had a big impact. The AI defines Elon Musk as something excellent, even though what he's saying into the mic is complete nonsense. And this is happening in front of our eyes, but still we are paralyzed. Many of us feel like that. A huge number of people feel like that. The question is extremely complex. On the 23rd of July, 2023, Spain held elections. These elections reflected the situation as it is today. Perhaps the situation is even harsher today. And against every odds, we won. Nobody believed that we could win. There was no poll that would point to that. David, you perhaps can recall, there was no poll which would announce our possible victory. And nevertheless, it happened. This is also what academics claim, and also our colleague from the union will know that Vox is a political formation, and the professor will also acknowledge this. So if you ask their voters what they think about shortening working hours, well, of course, they would like to have shorter working hours, but at the same time, they will vote for Vox, even though, and they do not agree with the coalition program of the current government. So we have a big crack, a big division between the two sides. We are governing in a much better way than the right-wing parties did. We govern to the benefit of the workers, and this is not under discussion. This is not put under question in Spain. And please permit me to say something else. I had many discussions within this present coalition, governing coalition. I fought extensively within the government. And from the moment when I had to increase the minimum wage, this cost a lot of effort. You all know that. And I did this on the basis of scientific data rather than politics. I knew that neoliberal doctrine is a lie. And let me share some thoughts in that respect. The Popular Party and the Socialist Party introduced 52 different social reforms, and they all collapsed because they all followed the same line, namely, the labor policies and union policies supported the neoliberal policy. They led to an increase of unemployment and an increase of poverty. But what we did was go the other way. We based our policies on facts, on science. 52 million workers are currently employed in Spain, and these are high-quality jobs. FMI fights me, and the European Commission also fights me, and they say that Spain changed the economic paradigm through labor. But all politicians and entire Spain are very much aware that how we govern is good. And let me mention another piece of fact. How were the previous crises managed in Spain? We had a public debt deficit amounting to 76 million euro. This was the amount when the right-wing parties were in power. And again, I fought with the public investments, and we saved 4 million jobs and a huge number of companies. I fought as a tiger to really succeed in this. I worked on this for 15 months. We needed 15 months to regain what was lost in the past, and now Spain is growing again. It is growing in real terms. And why am I explaining all this? Because there were also defeats. Namely, there were also failures. This comes with government. We also spoke that, or people said that minimum wage destroys the economy. People say this in the United States, they say it elsewhere. However, we were able to show that this is not true. We also won over the neoliberalists. So what did we do in July which led to our victory? I'm not really sure what we did that contributed to our victory, but I know that what we did was necessary to do. We changed also the opinion of the progressive people in Spain. And if you ask my friends whether the progressive parties will win, so if you ask Spanish whether the progressives will win, they will say no, even though the majority of them are progressive. And if you ask them what is preventing the progressive forces from winning if everybody is in favor of the progressive policy, well, the reply is that the strength of the opponent is great. The neoliberal discourse is focusing on the claim that there is no alternative. They are just saying that there is no alternative. And this is the sentence that went throughout the world. Everybody said there is no alternative, nothing can be changed. But I think that this mindset has to be changed. I think that we need to say it to the Spanish citizens, to the Slovenian citizens, that they have to focus on 4 things. They have to change their mindset. So we should not say that nothing can be done. We should not always be forced into the defense stance. There is the right wing, the extreme right in Spain, as it exists elsewhere in the world. We can't say that we will stop them. No, we really have to approach this as an offensive rather than defensive. This is the only way how we can win. My father fought the Franco regime, who was really brutal, and in the end they won. So this is a democratic debate. Milei, Trump, Meloni, they have no scruples. They fight for neoliberal capitalism without any scruples. And this is what can also be revealed from the data. But what they are doing is really dangerous because they are using our data for their own fight. What they are talking about in Brussels is access to data. For example, when we have data, hospital data in Spain, they are now allowed to access our data. And also this goes for Siemens. Their value is based on data which was actually stolen from our X-ray data. So this is a non-democratic factor. And it's really difficult to explain this to people. And let me just mention one more thing. Be careful with feminism, because we are losing a part of men in this democratic fight with such an emphasis. Trump is trying to find voters among women, and he is looking for feminists. In this way, he is trying to gain feminists onto his side, and with that he is losing a part of male voters. Women are not being represented by the extreme right. They are highlighting the gender fight, but this is not what is at stake. When women gain rights, this goes to the benefit of stronger rights for the entire society, including men. When we fought for longer parental leaves so that fathers could also have leave to take care of their children, this leads to happier men, to more satisfied men. So this politics is radically feminist, but we need to work very closely with the progressive forces because this is the only way to succeed. How could you then explain these oligarchs who, some of them are also gay, but nevertheless they speak against the LGBT community? I have a person in my company who is campaigning for Vox. So this is not a fight between the Popular Party and us, but rather the Vox and the Popular Party. They say they prefer Abascal to Feijóo. And there is a big difference between that. So also, in the right spectrum, there is also a huge diversity, I would like to note. So this is a crisis, and we should engage in a democratic fight where we need to bring together all the unions, the social population, and also intellectuals. So if we are saying that we are losing jobs because the automotive industry is collapsing, well, these workers, if they see that because of that they will lose jobs because of e-vehicles, well, in that case, they will certainly vote for the right-wing parties and for these types of forces. So we need to know how to manage this fear. And this gives us hope. Hope is not non-realistic. Hope is not a joke. This is something that I learned from my father. When a worker engages in a fight and becomes part of the activist movement, they are powered by hope. This is the only element of mobilization. It is only when people lose hope they stay at home. This is when they give up on their destiny. They stop fighting. So this is what we need to save. I think that we need to increase the level of empathy, which will then serve as a motor of mobilization. And Pope Francis told me, Yolanda, hope will never trick people. So let us be clear, and I'm also clearly saying this in Spain, and Feijóo is doing the same. He's not aware that he's working for the benefit of the extreme right. For example, what we did on the 30th of July was a big feat, but I think that another big feat will be to win again. So thanks to our coalition in Spain, we managed to do something that could not be perceived before. So we are really doing what we said we will do. We are not cheating on anybody. We are not cheating on our voters. I will continue, if I said I will continue working on working times, I did so. Of course, I lost in the final vote, but in the streets, they will see that I fought hard, and in their eyes, I've won. So the Spanish citizens saw that we mobilized really strongly with unions, and I kept my word. And this is what counts. We should not cheat people and trick people out of their hopes. So we should be clear about the simple things. And something that Luca forgot to mention is that the left parties have to stand together. Even though we are different, we need to make sure that we work in conjunction, that we work hand in hand. So now I will give the floor to somebody else.
One of the things that's most striking, I think, about this paradoxical situation is the way in which the agenda that we're describing is a popular one, is a democratic one. It's one that's supported by these huge social majorities, as Minister Diaz was just outlining. And one of those, Minister Mesets, is also around technological sovereignty, industrial sovereignty. One of the strange things that's happening is that these patriots of Europe are often the people who are quickest to sell the continent to US technological firms or sell our data or link up to new AI technologies, for example, that are all imported from my home state of California. I was hoping you could build on Minister Diaz's contribution here to say, help us understand that paradox from a Slovenian perspective or from a European perspective, and understand how we can reground the politics in these social majorities again, so that we don't live in this really psychotic kind of political scenario in which we've, as you said in your first intervention, we've won the hearts and minds through our social policies, but that's not translating into legislative majorities at election time.
Thank you, David. There are basically two questions, and I will try to be as brief as I can to answer both. First, digital sovereignty, and then why does support to our policies do not translate into support for the parties. Maybe I'll start before I make a pitch for left European digital sovereignty. I will read you a terrible story that I noticed yesterday. Just a moment. It goes like this. French newspaper Le Monde has published a long article describing a hellish life of Nicolas Guillou, who's a French judge at the International Crime Court in The Hague. His life turned into a nightmare due to US sanctions, who are punishing him for authorizing arrest warrants against Netanyahu and Gallon for war crimes in Gaza. So Guillau's daily existence, due to US sanctions, has been transformed into a Kafkaesque nightmare. He cannot open or maintain accounts with Google, Amazon, Apple, or any other US company. He cannot make hotel reservations. He cannot conduct online commerce because most of it is American. He cannot use any major credit card like Visa, MasterCard, and so on are all American. He cannot access normal banking services because even with non-American banks, non-American banks are sanctioned by US if he appears there, and he not virtually conduct any financial transaction. So he describes his current state as being economically banned from most of the planet, including his own country, France, where he now works, and the Netherlands. So that's a really shocking aspect of the European digital subordination. They are punishing a European citizen for doing his job in Europe, applying laws that Europe officially supports and upholds in an institution that is based in Europe, that Europe created and funds. That is the state of subordination of Europe to America that we are talking about. And now the true tragedy is, what is Europe doing about it? Nothing. Nothing. They're doing absolutely nothing about it. Now I'm coming to the second point. I much agree with Yolanda that politics is emotional, and elections are won by emotion. But the question is, what kind of emotion? Here I will borrow a point from Francis Fukuyama, who was describing Plato's three parts of the soul. The three parts are logos, eros, and timos. Logos is reason. Eros, we all know what eros is, and I believe it should not be described, because then it's not eros anymore. But then there's timos. Timos is the most interesting part of the soul and the most complicated. Usually it is translated into English as human striving for recognition. So it has to do about dignity, about feeling to be respected. And that is the emotion that we have to, uphold our political project. If we look at the past leftist projects, those who appealed to the massive working class, they were like, well, your bosses, they are humiliating you. What we are offering you is a seat at the table, or in radical projects, you will replace those bosses. This was the kind of timos that was offered to the workers. What nationalists are offering to their public, they say, well, your country is some kind humiliated, Americans say by China, and we will make America great again. Now, when things like this happen in Europe, and of course we have to be careful with timos, it's a strong emotion, we as the left, and I will tell this in Lisbon, where we appeared together with Yolanda at the Congress of the European Greens, that we should start talking about topics like that. Build timos, European timos, about progressive projects in Europe. And that is how I believe we can start winning hearts and minds, not only with policies, but with appealing to their timos. And that is something that I would put in the forefront. Okay, it's 5 minutes, so I'm out.
Thank you, Minister.
I have to excuse, I really have to go for a minute, and it has nothing to do with timos.
Please. Thank you very much, Minister Mesets. I'd like to continue talking about timos. I mean, we've heard a lot now about how political actors from a party perspective are thinking through these questions of winning votes, but it's just as much of a challenge. Timos is just as much of a challenge from a trade union perspective. You know, I want to come back to this issue of trade union density and labor militancy on the old continent. You know, in the United States, for example, in my country of origin, we're seeing many say a resurgence of labor militancy, a new emphasis on organizing in places of traditional precarity, you might say. But I think it wouldn't be an exaggeration, and you know this, I think, quite well from being the president of the youth committee of the ETUC, is thinking about an under-organization in youth sectors and precarious sectors, which is not unconnected from the crisis of gringo technologies and you know, platforms as a vehicle for precarization. So I guess my question for you is, if we're thinking about timos, if we're thinking about altogether about a plan of action to bring together this labor movement, what do you feel is state-of-the-art thinking in Brussels, from the ETUC's perspective, from your personal perspective, from a Slovenian perspective, from a Balkan perspective, about how to reconstruct what is quite a desiccated labor movement in Europe today, and what do you think lessons can be drawn from a more global labor internacional laborista perspective about perhaps successes that you're seeing on the continent that can be exported elsewhere?
Yeah, I will also try to answer all of those questions in 5 minutes, and yeah, maybe starting really from my personal experience. Indeed, in Slovenia, I was a president of a trade union of young precarious workers and unemployed workers. And it was something completely new, and then it even enlarged, and we started organizing platform workers. And I guess, yeah, it's not a coincidence that I'm very much in charge for also those kind of topics at the European level, where at the ETUC, at the last Congress, we have acknowledged that we do have a huge problem. And this is that we as the trade unions, we need to renew as well. Trade union density is going down in majority of the countries. Collective bargaining coverage is going down in majority of the countries. So we have committed ourselves to embark on this renewal pathway, and it's not easy for the old trade union leaders to admit that also the trade unions that are those old established centuries organizations, that we need to look into our own structures as well and maybe acknowledge that some things could change. But nevertheless, we did it. And last May, we even established a trade union renewal center, where we are focusing exactly on three main things. First, it's all about membership growth. Trade union power grows with the membership power. So it's reaching out to the most vulnerable groups of people, such as young people, women, migrants, but also, of course, workers in non-standard forms of employment. So that, yes, precarious platform workers, self-employed even, could be members of the union. The second aspect, it's all about increasing collective bargaining power so that we as the trade unions can do what we are meant to do, and this is bargain, and of course win in those collective bargaining processes. And the third aspect of the trade union renewal, how we see it, it's all about trade union vitality. So here it's about the internal structures, so how to make sure that we are the democratic institution, that we are inclusive institution, that we have women's committees, youth committees, that we have quotas, and that we can consult each and every member so that each and every member have the ownership and that they feel committed to the trade union, so that they will support the trade union also when it's tough and when it's needed to go to the street. Because what we're realizing is that social dialogue and collective bargaining is getting more and more difficult. And we have to mobilize. We need to activate members. It's not only about having passive members, but it's about having active members. So the trade union vitality, it's all about the internal structures, but of course also corresponding to the era that we live in. And this is the digital era. So it's all about digital trade unionism as well, and how can we use digital tools to mobilize our members. And I think that, yes, at the end of the day, this will be the answer. We know that it's very hard nowadays for the individuals to join in anywhere, to join in organizations, to join in the political parties. This is declining. And what we believe is that the trade unions have to be, nevertheless, the place where people join in, because it's happening where they spend most of their lives, at the workplaces, and how this makes sense. And only with, as I said, with active members, we will be able basically to fight the ongoing challenges. And maybe I will just touch upon on some of the things that have been mentioned, especially in relation to digitalization. What we're seeing now is really that the world of the work is changing, and this also prevents us to mobilize or to even recruit new people. A lot of the workers, yeah, they are working through platforms, they are working online, telework. All of this, it's of course making it very, very difficult for the trade unions to reach out to those people, but then also to present the challenges. And just looking, and because it has been mentioned, Platform Work Directive has really brought new rules exactly on algorithmic management, and it was completely unthoughtable that this could happen. So we are very proud of the Platform Work Directive. It still needs to be transposed, but what we need to make sure, because the provisions on the algorithmic management, they are of course only applying to the digital labor platforms. But what we see is that algorithmic management, it's taking over. It's not only in platforms, it's basically embedded in every single workplace, more or less. So we need to make sure that those rules are being now developed and that they apply to all of the industries. So we are also fighting for a new directive on AI management, on algorithmic management and AI at workplace. Because what we need to make sure is that we bring back the human in control principle, that the corporations, the bosses cannot hide behind the algorithms, saying that this is a decision that has been taken out of their control. They cannot hide behind this idea that they are tech companies, geek companies, so they're completely something new. No, at the end of the day, what we see in the industries, it's old-fashioned exploitative relationship where businesses have too much and workers have too little, and we need to balance this. So there are a lot of challenges ahead of us for sure, but yeah, as I said, I think that yeah, with the last Congress, with the agenda that we're having, we're really ready to fight, and as I said, also on the street when this is needed.
Thank you so much, Tim. Now, Professor Tomšič, you've got the final word on this panel, and I thought that we would speak about a concept that I think has been hovering over the panel since we began, which is the concept of solidarity at the core of Europe's social model, and now that's so under threat by new forms of algorithmic workplace governance, for just to take one example, that, as they were saying, put supposedly outside of reach any kind of human relation. And I think it's such a paradoxical moment as well, because it's such a common refrain, and has been now since 2008, which was almost 20 years ago, to say neoliberalism is dead. And yet I cannot think of a moment in human history when neoliberalism has been more hegemonic than it is today. Some exceptions, like in Spain, where there's a new paradigm, a new model that's being pioneered. But it's amazing the extent to which we have been so thoroughly neoliberalized, so thoroughly atomized, so thoroughly demobilized. And really, my question, again, kind of calling on your more philosophical perspective, is how, if indeed we agree that bonds of solidarity, by which we mean the recognition that your struggle over there is materially linked to my struggle over here, that you may be homeless today and I may have shelter today, but that doesn't mean that tomorrow I may not be homeless and you may not have shelter, and therefore we should design social policies and social models that correspond to time-inconsistent needs. How do you think that a new solidarity contract, a new social contract, as the basis for the defense of this social model, can be reconstructed or renovated at a moment of such profound and dizzying and vertiginous technological change that people are glued to their screens and unable to even communicate or form connections with their neighbors or with their fellow citizens, let alone people who speak other languages or may have other skin colors, and be unable to transcend those social and class differences to build a kind of common project, whether it's in Europe or at global scale?
Yes, well, I mean, of course, the question of solidarity preoccupies us all. But the thing is, and I think this is one of the main issues in the present, is that a certain type of solidarity is also being practiced on the right and on the extreme right. And there is something that Hannah Arendt once called the fascist international that is re-emerging in front of our eyes. You know, this is also reflecting in the way Europe or European Union is being internally divided in a completely new manner than it was than it has been, you know, before, like in the 90s or in the early 2000s. So I think the hard right or the extreme right, no matter how we want to call them, is practicing a type of solidarity, and it's an exclusivist solidarity. It's a solidarity that operates on the basis of constant, pinpointing of social groups that are not only allowed, but they are. The supporters of the right are encouraged to target them with violence, be it verbal violence or actual physical violence. So there is a certain practice of solidarity that is highly problematic happening in front of our eyes on social media and on the street. Now, Luca thought of Timos. Spoke of Timos, so there is a certain link here also, and also points out how ambiguous solidarity can be depending on what affects or emotions you bring into it, what social feelings or sentiments you invest it with. So I guess we can agree that on the left, a certain type of open and borderless solidarity is being practiced, or is at least being envisaged, which means also determining, as you suggested, a set of global struggles that cannot leave us indifferent here in, fortress Europe. So one direction would definitely be to defortify Europe, to establish like strategic, but also, you know, like out of conviction, political bonds with particularly the global south, which is also finding itself, or so-called global south, which also finds itself in a state of exposure, like perhaps even more radical exposure to the new types of violence that is being exercised from the United States, from Russia, from China's economic attempt to establish a technological and economic hegemony, and so on and so forth. So, of course, here I think Europe would also have to work through its own colonial or neo-colonial ambitions. Of course, also its, as I said earlier, it's you know, almost compulsive repetition of old racist European suprematist sentiments. I mean, here I think there's almost an impossible task. But again, to come back to solidarity, I would say often solidarity is just practiced as a kind of abstract posture, is my feeling. You know, of course, I solidarize with the struggles that are taking place there. I don't know, in Argentina, or in Brazil, or in Central Africa, or in Indonesia, and so on and so forth. But somehow they do not concern me. They are located there. So, you know, to become aware that this geographical distance also contains a certain intimate proximity, and that in a way, I mean, the climate crisis is the most obvious example, you know, where you cannot really draw borders, you know, and say, up to here, this problem concerns me in this manner, but on, you know, problems that are facing the global south are completely different. They're not. I mean, it's interconnected. And to kind of practice this interconnectedness also on the level of political ideals, I think, yeah, this is the direction where we need to move to. So this is also the question of European social model. I think, you know, Europe must strive for a global social model, and European social model is only a subspecies of this global social model. So again, it's something that needs to be worked on beyond European borders, you know, beyond the EU as you know, the safeguarding institution of this social model.
It sounds like what perhaps we need amid a rising sentiment of great power conflict is perhaps a new non-aligned movement to rejuvenate and reconfigure and renovate its previous visions of a new international economic order that sees Europe flourishing through its own technological, social, political sovereignties, but also in alignment with the interests, needs, priorities, and demands of the global majority living in poor countries of the global south. Luca, Minister Mesets, we're now going to close the panel because I have so run out of time, but I want to thank you all in a moment. Before I ask you to applaud, Luca, you said you wanted a final comment here based on Professor Tomšic's comments here. So the last word is yours, and then we'll close it out.
Yeah, it's just a quip. I wanted to support your idea of Europe as a leader of a new non-alignment movement, but maybe with a quip about current Europe love affairs. The Economist humorously wrote a few days ago that Europe relation to China is that EU sees China as a potential partner, but China sees Europe as a has-been. Now, I will add to this that, and with America, we are in divorce. And as all lovers know, when you are rejected, you have to stand on both your feet, ask yourself, what is your value? I believe the value of Europe has always been soft power, has always been our social model, has always been that Europe is still the best place in the world to live. That is our value. And on that base, we have to find our Timos and rework our relations with the world.
Thank you all so much for joining us in this first panel. It was so stimulating. Is there a break for coffee now? We're rolling into the next panel. Great. So we can continue the conversation over a cup of coffee. Thank you all again for joining us this morning.
Let's take 5 minutes for a group photo.
5 minutes, sorry, if I can convene you all for a group photo.
Samo še skupinska fotografija, če se lahko zberete.
All head of delegations are invited to stage for a group photo. So please join us.
Ja. Tiskovni konferenci, ki spremlja drugi mednarodni kongres dela. Mednarodni kongres dela ali International Labour Conference v angleščini je pobuda, ki jo je lani začelo špansko ministrstvo za delo pod vodstvom Yolande Díaz v Španiji. Letos jo nadaljujemo slovensko ministrstvo za delo in pa ministrstvo za solidarno prihodnost v Sloveniji. Pobuda pa je namenjena temu, da se z mednarodnimi gosti zelo različnih profilov, politika, gospodarstvo, civilna družba, pogovarjamo o tem, kako nadgrajevati evropski socialni model, kako usklajevati naše politike na evropski ravni in kaj lahko kot Evropa naredimo za ostali svet. Današnja tiskovna konferenca je razdeljena na 3 panele. Na prvem panelu, ki je pravkar minil, smo se pogovarjali o položaju Evrope danes, o vprašanjih, ki prečijo geopolitiko in njen socialni model in kakšni so možni odgovori na izzive našega časa. Na drugem panelu bomo predstavljali, zdaj lahko rečem, slovensko dobro prakso, ker smo v mesecu oktobru kot 4. država na svetu s pomočjo Ministrstva za delo in Ministrstva za solidarno prihodnost sprejeli zakon o delavskem solastništvu oziroma reče se mu zakon o lastniški zadrugi delavcev, s katerim v slovenski pravni red prenašamo dobro ameriško prakso ESOP, Employee Stock Ownership Plan. To je v ZDA 50 let stara iniciativa, najbolje delujoč sistem delavskega lastništva in solastništva na svetu, v katerem danes dela okrog 10% ameriškega prebivalstva zaposlenega na privatnem trgu, se pravi okrog 14 milijonov ameriških delavk in delavcev. V Evropi takega sistema še ni, smo ga pa kot prvi prenesli v Sloveniji in vem, da ga prenašajo tudi na španskem ministrstvu pod krovno iniciativo razvoja socialne ekonomije. Skratka, drugi panel bo posvečen temu, da predstavljamo te modele, da se pogovorimo o dobrih praksah, da ugotovimo, kako lahko skupaj gradimo delavsko lastništvo in solastništvo v Evropi. Na tretjem panelu pa se bomo predali glas predvsem gostom iz Balkana, ker Balkan je v Evropi prepogosto spregledana regija, premalo se pogovarjamo o težavah, s katerimi so soočene tamkajšnje družbe in seveda izključeni so iz evropskih okroglih miz, ker niso člani Evropske unije. Zato smo kot gostitelji kongresa presodili, da je prav, da ponudimo prostor in glas kolegom z Balkana, da sami lahko predstavijo mednarodni publiki, kaj se tam dogaja, kako je skozi njihove oči videti tako lokalna kot evropska politika in seveda, da skupaj ugotavljamo, kaj lahko naredimo skupaj. Tako, zdaj bom pa predal besedo še Jolandi.
Hvala lepa. K besedi vabim podpredsednico španske vlade, ministrico za delo in socialno ekonomijo, gospod Díaz. Vicepresidenta Díaz, es un gran placer tenerla hoy con nosotros en Ljubljana. Le invito a tomar la palabra.
Muchas gracias. En primer lugar, lo que quiero es darle la enhorabuena al ministro Mesek por el trabajo que está desarrollando en su país, pero también por el desarrollo que esta jornada, que esta internacional laborista está teniendo hoy en Eslovenia, pero sobre todo lo está teniendo para el conjunto de Europa. He dicho ayer que este evento no es un evento más, es una necesidad histórica. Y les voy a decir por qué. Porque estamos ante un mundo que es disruptivo, un mundo que es cambiante, que tiene que afrontar grandes retos de época, el reto climático, el reto de la digitalización de la economía y de nuestras vidas y el reto más importante, que es el de la desigualdad. Y todos estos tres retos de época no se pueden hacer sin el mundo del trabajo y de las empresas dentro. Dice el gran jurista francés, Supiot, que nada se puede abordar sin el mundo del trabajo dentro. Si abordamos los retos de época, la digitalización desde arriba, por cierto, una digitalización que tiene enormes riesgos por la burbuja que se está generando en el entorno de la inteligencia artificial y riesgos climáticos por el impacto climático que tienen los data centers que están disputando hoy en mi país y en Europa, nos vamos a equivocar. Por tanto, sin abordar la necesidad de que en las grandes transformaciones estén los trabajadores y las trabajadoras dentro, no habrá cambio posible. Y aquí reivindicamos desde Eslovenia hoy una Europa que ha de ser más social que nunca. Somos países europeístas, pero necesitamos la Europa en la que el comisario Schmit, Luka Mesek y yo misma hemos trabajado. La Europa anterior de una comisión que ha conocido cómo mancomunábamos deuda, de una comisión que hemos trabajado y defendido el mecanismo SURE, recuerden ustedes, un mecanismo que hizo posible salvar a miles y miles y miles de personas en desempleo en toda Europa. Pero una Europa que con el vicepresidente anterior belga hemos diseñado el mecanismo de convergencia social europea, en la que le decíamos que no solo son los parámetros macroeconómicos los que tienen que estar vinculados a los semestres europeos y, por tanto, servir como recomendación, sino que los indicadores sociales, es decir, la desigualdad, la pobreza infantil, tienen que ser también objeto de debate en los semestres europeos. Hemos venido de un trabajo en la Comisión Europea que, nada más y nada menos, sacó adelante la directiva, por primera vez, la directiva de salarios mínimos en Europa, que ahora ya tenemos la buena noticia. Es completamente fuente de derecho porque es completamente legal, frente a lo que se decía en el pleito que tuvimos. Pero que venimos de una Europa que ha hecho directivas por la transparencia retributiva, para que las mujeres y los hombres percibamos lo mismo ante trabajos de idéntico valor. Y venimos de una Comisión Europea, que nos ha costado mucho y ha sido muy difícil, que hemos hecho una directiva que regula el trabajo en las plataformas digitales. Es decir, que no disputamos la tecnología ni los algoritmos, pero decimos que la nueva organización empresarial a través de plataformas digitales tiene que hacerse con el respeto a los derechos laborales. Quiero decirles aquí que esta directiva tenemos la obligación de transponerla antes de diciembre del año 26. Y la disputa hoy en el mundo es para que esa directiva no vea la luz. Y tenemos un enorme riesgo democrático. Hoy los trabajadores y trabajadoras europeos, probablemente mi país sea la excepción por la ley Rider que hemos hecho, están siendo despedidos, penalizados, sancionados a través de un algoritmo no humano y sin saber qué es lo que pasa en sus relaciones laborales. Pero es que además estamos asistiendo a centenares y centenares de miles de trabajadores y trabajadoras fake, falsos, autónomos en las plataformas digitales que no son autónomos. Son realmente asalariados y asalariadas. Fíjense, casi toda la doctrina, casi todas las sentencias que se han dictado en prácticamente todos los países de nuestro entorno en esta materia han dicho que la naturaleza de las relaciones laborales no se elige. Yo no puedo elegir si soy una asalariada o una autónoma. No es elegible. Y estamos asistiendo a un auténtico fraude por la manipulación de enormes plataformas digitales concentradas en muy pocas manos que lo que hacen es propiciar una enorme huida en términos técnicos del derecho laboral. Por eso este congreso hoy es tan importante. Necesitamos más Europa social que nunca, con más sindicatos fuertes que nunca, con la gente dentro, con los jóvenes y las mujeres implicadas, pero sobre todo con más derechos laborales que nunca. Y la posibilidad o la posición europea no puede ser volver atrás. Por eso hoy es clave lo que estamos haciendo en Eslovenia. En definitiva, y termino, tiene que ver con algo clave, que es la democracia. Y la democracia no se puede sacar adelante sin la mayoría social, que son los y las trabajadoras en el mundo. Nada más, muchas gracias.
Zanimiva razprava je bila za nami v prvem panelu, sledita še dve, predtem pa bi seveda, če ima kdo kakšno vprašanje, bomo veseli z vaše strani. Urška, prosim, če se lahko predstavite.
Ja, pozdravljeni, Urška Valjavec, Radio Slovenija. Mogoče za špansko ministrico, pa tudi za našega ministra, prav glede dela prek platform. Kako je torej v Španiji urejeno to delo in ali pri nas tudi že pripravljate kakšno zakonodajo? Kako je s tem?
Bueno, en primer lugar, como usted sabe, ya hemos aprobado una directiva de plataformas que, como les acabo de decir, tiene que estar traspuesta en los Estados miembros antes de diciembre del año 26. Quiero decir esto hoy desde Eslovenia, porque la disputa democrática hoy de los poderes económicos en Europa está para intentar que esta directiva no vea la luz. Y yo desde Eslovenia hoy, con el ministro Luka Mesec, quiero mandar un mensaje fuerte. Y es que esta directiva tiene que cumplirse en varios sentidos. El primero es que estamos ante relaciones laborales, no autónomas, con una serie de presunciones que hemos diseñado en esa directiva. La segunda es que los algoritmos que se utilizan en el desempeño de los puestos de trabajo digitales tienen que ser transparentes. No estamos situándonos en contra de las plataformas digitales ni del uso del algoritmo. Lo que estamos diciendo es que hay que abrir el algoritmo para conocer el sesgo que ese algoritmo tiene. Imagínense ustedes, vamos a soñar, imagínense que una empresa diseñara un algoritmo que evaluara, esto es posible, que evaluara que hay trabajadores y trabajadoras que no llegan a final de mes y esto es un problema en la generación de productividad en sus puestos de trabajo por hora. Y vamos a soñar, imagínense que el sesgo del algoritmo fuera este. Pues bien, ese algoritmo generaría efectos positivos en las políticas de organización y en las políticas de organización empresarial y de relaciones laborales en las empresas. Pero lo que estamos conociendo es que los algoritmos no son neutros, no lo son para los trabajadores y las trabajadoras y tampoco lo son para las empresas. Las empresas, recuerden ustedes, muchas de ellas saben que la caja negra existe y que es real. Y muchos empresarios no saben cuál es el sesgo que tiene el algoritmo que se está aplicando en sus empresas. Esto es absolutamente real. Pero sí ya sabemos que hay sesgos. Por ejemplo, en el Tribunal de Bolonia, la sentencia dictada hablaba sobre el algoritmo Frank diciendo que no era neutro, que ese algoritmo castigaba a los trabajadores y a las trabajadoras que se enfermaban y, por supuesto, castigaba a los trabajadores y a las trabajadoras que eran muy reivindicativos. ¿Qué dice la directiva? Que tiene que haber transparencia en el uso de los algoritmos en las empresas. ¿Qué dice también la directiva? Por popularizarla. Bueno, pues dice que las decisiones sobre el trabajo en las empresas tienen que ser tomadas por humanos, no por máquinas. Es decir, nadie puede ser despedido ni sancionado por un algoritmo. Y ustedes saben, como sé yo, que hay patronales que también tienen un enorme poder y son muy pocas, que gestionan consultoras los recursos humanos, que hacen la entrada en la empresa, la selección de personal y la salida a través de algoritmos. Por tanto, en definitiva, esto es de lo que va la directiva y el llamamiento es a que se cumpla por los Estados miembros, porque la ofensiva es fuerte, es por Trump, pero está siendo fuerte en la OIT. Recuerden ustedes que en junio en la OIT, yo misma, mi ministerio, con otros ministerios, con Luca, con México, con muchos ellos, hemos dado una batalla fuerte que la ganamos en la asamblea de la OIT, que fue que la OIT elabore un elemento normativo de carácter global, por tanto, en el mundo, que regule las plataformas digitales en el mundo. Pero desde que ha llegado Trump, está combatiendo dentro de la OIT que esta norma vea la luz con la excusa de una desregulación y, sobre todo, a favor de Amazon. Termino. El modelo Amazon de relaciones laborales no es decente en el mundo. Yo en mi país tengo ahora mismo una actuación fuerte contra ellos, pero lo tiene también Norteamérica, lo tiene muchos países en Europa. En Estocolmo, que acabo de estar, lleva el gran sindicato de Estocolmo 2 años en huelga contra Tesla. Es que trabajar 120 horas a la semana, como defiende el modelo Amazon, no es decente, va contra el mandato de la OIT. Pero es que tener mecanismos de control biométrico vulneradores de los derechos humanos, como hace Amazon, no es trabajo decente. Por tanto, vulnerador de la Carta Fundacional de la OIT del trabajo decente, tal y como lo conocemos, desde Somavía hasta hoy. Por tanto, este es el debate. Y van fuertes contra la regulación en la OIT de las plataformas digitales, y van fuertes porque esto supone nada más y nada menos que un proceso de civilización actual. Aquí, en esta norma, nos jugamos no el futuro, nos jugamos el presente del trabajo tal y como lo conocemos. Pero concluyo, trabajar 120 horas a la semana no es trabajo decente, es esclavitud.
Hvala. Mogoče, če jaz na isto vprašanje odgovorim. Zdaj, v prejšnjem mandatu komisije smo imeli z Jolando in z določenimi drugimi ministri za delo, predvsem s portugalsko ministrico, z obema belgijskima ministroma, z avstrijskim, z romunsko in s komisarjem Nikolajem Schmidtom iz Luksemburga, tako imenovan like-minded group. In ta like-minded group je v bistvu potiskal naprej Evropsko socialno agendo. Mi smo potiskali naprej Evropski steber socialnih pravic, European Pillar of Social Rights, potiskali smo naprej pobudo socialne Evrope iz Porta, ki je še vedno živa, in veliko v tem mandatu tudi dosegli. V mandatu prejšnjega komisarja Nikolasa Schmidta je bila dosežena direktiva o minimalni plači, izpogajali smo direktivo o platformnem delu in pa jaz bi omenil še eno direktivo na tem mestu, to je direktiva o transparentnosti plač, ki je namenjena temu, da se zmanjšajo plačne razlike med moškimi in ženskami. Da lahko do tega pridemo, pa seveda najprej moramo ugotoviti, kolikšne te sploh so, ker so podatki po večini evropskih držav o plačah tajni in zato je ocenjevanje plačne vrzeli ponavadi anketno. Zdaj, če grem po vrsti, kar se direktive o minimalni plači tiče, smo v Sloveniji z minimalno plačo, kakršno je izpogajala Levica, že od leta 2019 naprej v resnici prehiteli, ker imamo minimalno plačo vedno nekje na prvih 3 mestih po njeni relativni višini glede na povprečno plačo v Evropi. Zdaj delamo še na drugem delu, ki pa je, da morajo kolektivna pogajanja pokrivati vsaj 80% panog. Na tem pa delamo, ampak tudi tukaj smo blizu. Delamo pa intenzivno s socialnimi partnerji. Glede druge direktive, transparentnost plač, jo prenašamo. Predstavljena bo, oziroma osnutek zakona bo predstavljen 5. decembra na seji ekonomsko-socialnega sveta socialnim partnerjem in takrat bomo predlagali sklep, da se začnejo pogajanja. Tretja direktiva, platformno delo, tukaj se pa veliko zgledujemo po tem, kako so ga uredili v Španiji, ampak tukaj pa na osnutku zakona še delamo. Na osnutku zakona še delamo, rok za prenos pa je v vsakem primeru, ne glede na to, kakšne barve bo naslednja oblast, december 2026. Naš cilj pa je seveda čim več narediti do volitev, zato da imamo temelje postavljene.
Tanja, halo, aha. Samo opozarjam, da smo mičkan že preko roka glede tajminga. Izvolite.
Buenos días. Yo tengo una pregunta para la vicepresidenta segunda, que es ¿qué valoración hace del fallo del fiscal general? Gracias.
Gracias por su pregunta y a resultas de la pendencia respecto de la publicación de la sentencia, desconocemos la motivación ni las razones esgrimidas por el tribunal sobre esta condena. Sí quiero, conociendo el fallo, posicionarme a este respecto. Estamos ante un caso inaudito en el que se denuncia al fiscal general del Estado, al señor Ortiz, un magnífico profesional en mi país, tras un bulo que sale del gabinete de la presidenta de Madrid, la señora Ayuso, tras un bulo. Los españoles y las españolas han podido ver retransmitido en directo este juicio y vieron cómo desde quien propició el bulo dijo y reconoció ante todos los españoles que había mentido. Por tanto, una denuncia que parte de un bulo, de una fake news. 2. Un fallo en el que se condena al fiscal general del Estado sin pruebas de cargo. El indubio pro reo no existe. Gravísimo. 3. Estamos ante una sentencia política, sin lugar a dudas. Una sentencia que se dirige no al fiscal general del Estado, se dirige al gobierno de coalición progresista. Y 4, y muy grave, rompe la institucionalidad del Estado, porque esta sentencia lo que está haciendo es fracturar, no tengan duda, la judicatura en nuestro país. Fíjense la anomalía que la ponente sobre la que pesaba la redacción de esta sentencia es una de las magistradas que emiten un voto particular. Por tanto, respetando un fallo judicial en el que anómalamente hoy no conocemos aún la sentencia, solo el fallo, que por cierto también casualmente fue publicado y anunciado el 20N, día del fallecimiento del general Francisco Franco, el dictador, en mi país, estamos ante una denuncia que parte de una fake news reconocida en sede judicial, que se había mentido. 2, una sentencia que me van a permitir que les diga, sí, con absoluto respeto al tribunal, es política y se dirige al Gobierno de España. Y 3, una sentencia que le hace daño al Poder Judicial, porque hoy esa institución del Estado está completamente fracturada. Termino. Mi solidaridad personal y en nombre del Gobierno de España con el fiscal general del Estado. Es uno de los mejores profesionales que hay en nuestro país, no solo por su escuela y buen hacer que lo ha demostrado, sino porque es de los más brillantes juristas que tenemos en España. En definitiva, creo que, como vengo diciendo hace ya días, esta sentencia se va a estudiar en las facultades de Derecho de mi país. No tengan la menor duda. ¿Cómo es posible que quien ha lanzado ese bulo reconozca en sede judicial, así lo ha hecho Luca, ha reconocido en sede judicial, viéndolo en retransmisión directa en mi país, ha reconocido que era mentira, que era una fake news, y a pesar de eso se condena al fiscal general del Estado? Por tanto, respondiendo y acabando, sí, esta sentencia, cuando la conozcamos, será estudiado en las facultades de Derecho de España.
Nam je žal, da je premalo časa še za kako vprašanje, upam, da razumete. Hvala obema sogovornikoma, bilo je res zanimivo poslušati vse te odzive in so nam dale razmislek. Hvala lepa vsem prisotnim, želim vam lepo nadaljevanje in upam, da se vidimo tudi na naslednjih 2 panelih. Hvala.
press, okay, here. With a little bit of delay, we are starting the second panel of this very good conference. I was amazed with the quality of the first panel. It was really, really something that gives us hope. The second panel topic is the economic democracy, but I see it as a very, very political one as well. So we heard how it is important to build different kind of Europe, maybe bringing up and out something that we forgot about the social and economic model of Europe that is important not only for Europe, but for the whole world. I just came a day ago from Colombia, a different part of the world that was mentioned at the last part of the first panel, Global South, where the sun is shining, where there is no fog at all, where it is really bright and beautiful. But coming back to Europe, especially to this little piece of Europe, Slovenia, although the fog is outside, I felt like in a warm water, really very, very safe. Everything is very, very clean. Everything is totally different. And although I really enjoyed a beautiful country of Colombia, people that are fearless and strong and fighting all the time, you cannot not noticing extreme social differences, extreme economic cleavages, extreme violence based on economic violence, and other forms of violence based on economic violence. And that is something that we here in little Slovenia are fighting for very forcefully. And that is really very important. So I think that debate on economic sovereignty and security and what is the role of the ownership, employee ownership in Europe's industrial future, this debate is really very well placed in Slovenia right now. So we are in the best possible place and a very good moment because of the newly passed legislation that Minister Malevec presented to us at the beginning of the conference. So I will be moderating this panel. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm Alexandra Kanjo-Mrčela. I'm professor of economic sociology and sociology of work at the University of Ljubljana. I researched this topic for many, many years, and with people from abroad, people from here for 30 years. 30 years ago, I didn't believe that something like this conference would be possible. So I'm really, and the law that we fought for many, many years will be passed. So now we are here to raise champagne glasses and celebrate the great victory, and that is why we should be proud and happy and full of hope. Now, the panel will go like this. First of all, we will not yet start with the panel because we have a little video to show you a little bit of the Slovenian practice in this area. And then we will start with a keynote speech, and my panelists, I will say more about them after the short video.
Ste si kdaj predstavljali, da so lahko zaposleni tudi lastniki podjetja? Tukaj sem pred podjetjem INEA, pejte z mano, bomo pogledali, kako to izgleda v praksi. Kako to gre skupaj z visoko tehnološkim podjetjem, kot je INEA?
Jaz mislim, da ne gre tukaj za stvar preteklosti, jaz mislim, da gre tukaj bolj za stvar prihodnosti. Države kot so Amerika, Kanada, Velika Britanija, pač vsi sprejemajo take modele.
Kako pa je kot direktor voditi tako podjetje, kjer so zaposleni tudi lastniki?
V bistvu samo plus, zato ker dobiš zavzete zaposlene. Prej je bila recimo omarica z predlogi prazna, zdaj ni.
Glavni plusi so po mojem mnenju v tem, da ni več tega pomanjkanja stika med željami lastnikov in željami zaposlenih.
Mir, umirjenost. Pač delamo samo z vidika, da naš kolektiv učinkuje najboljši in to je pač res velik faktor v tem, da se človek počuti dobro v tem, kjer dela.
Da sodeluješ pred običji podjetja, ti omogoča, da lahko naprimer volimo direktorja, lahko zbiramo neko smer, kamor celo globalno podjetje gre.
Ampak ni tako malo nenavadno delati v podjetju, kjer pač jaz si predstavljam, da podjetje je tam, kjer je en šef.
Vsi smo lastniki, ampak še vedno firmo vodi vodstvo. Vodstvo je izvoljeno strani zaposlenih, oziroma strani člani ESOP-a.
Ni pa zdaj tako, da bi se lastnik kopal v vsaki drugi zdravi firmi v zasebni lasti. Ni tako, da bi se lastnik vtikal v vsakodnevno delo podjetja.
Evo, tukaj smo še pred oglasno desko. Kot vidite, INEA je med drugim dobitnik gospodarskega Oskarja Gospodarske zbornice Slovenije. Tukaj si pa lahko ogledate pulover, ki so ga podpisali na skupščini, kjer se je INEA odločila, da postane firma v lasti zaposlenih.
We congratulate INEA and our Minister of Labor for being such a good journalist. Okay, and now let's start with our panel that will be started with the first keynote speech. Keynote speaker is James Bonham, President and CEO of the ESOP Association USA. This is the leading industry association advocating for the advancement of ESOP and employee ownership in the United States. Jim is also president of the Employee Ownership Foundation, whose mission is to educate policymakers, key opinion leaders, and the general public about the transformational benefits of shared ownership. And he is, in doing that, a recognized expert in public policy, government advocacy, and executive leadership. He brings more than 30 years of experience as the high-level government official, advisor, and business leader with expertise in the fields of labor, tax, and financial services. Jim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexandra, for that introduction, and thank you, Luca, and the Ministry of Labor for inviting me to come back to Slovenia and for hosting this important gathering. I had the honor of visiting and speaking here in Slovenia just over a year ago with our dear friend Teganza. I also had the chance to meet with Prime Minister Golob to discuss what is now your newly adopted law, creating true employee ownership here in Slovenia. And I said then, as I will say again now, that the work being done here will leave a very important legacy and become known as the incubator for a new generation of employee-owned businesses all across Europe. Let's congratulate them one more time for this amazing achievement and the enactment of the law. Now, as one of the few Americans here at this conference, I'm also grateful for the opportunity to contribute the voices and experiences of those whom I represent to your discussion and to provide their experiences for all of your consideration. For the last 7 years, I've had the privilege of leading both the ESOP Association and its affiliated Employee Ownership Foundation in the United States. And by any measure, we stand as the largest organizations in the world advancing this concept of employee ownership. Collectively, we represent more than 14 million Americans who hold an ownership stake in an ESOP and the $2 trillion in wealth that they hold in their accounts. That also represents 1 in every 10 private sector jobs in the U.S. economy. And annually, ESOPs are currently paying more than $165 billion, that is billion, in planned distributions to employee owners every year. Now, I make these observations intentionally to grab your attention, because this is not some passing fad. This is not a theoretical or academic exercise. This is a substantial, meaningful, and highly successful business ownership model operating in the largest economy in the world that is successfully aligning the interests of workers and the businesses where they work through their ownership. Now, in America, we now have over 5 decades of experience and knowledge and success in forming and growing large employee-owned businesses at scale. And I'm privileged and humbled to speak with their voice when I get to travel and work with all of you amazing people who are also dedicated to more equitable and democratic economies. Now, over the next 10 years, the organizations I lead plan to spend more than $200 million promoting and educating about ESOPs and employee ownership. And I've come to know some of you through the annual Oxford Symposium on Employee Ownership that we sponsor and have organized for the last 5 years. At this annual event, we gather the global thought leaders, the practitioners, the government officials, the stakeholders in employee ownership from around the globe to discuss and identify solutions to remove barriers and structural impediments. The contribution of delegations from many European countries, from Slovenia, Spain, Denmark, France, Ukraine, the United Kingdom, they have all been critical in formulating new ideas and new approaches. Now, beyond our assistance here in Slovenia, we were lucky to provide some assistance in Canada, where their government adopted its first form of employee ownership just a year ago. And in Denmark, where their government officials joined us in Oxford for 4 years straight as they studied and developed their own unique form of employee ownership. And that effort will become law at the end of this year. The UK now enjoys employee ownership as the second largest area of merger and activity transactions in the nation. And we welcomed a group of leaders from France this summer to come to America to study our ESOP businesses and visit with our policymakers. So folks, there is momentum and broad support for this movement, but we are still at our beginnings. Because despite being a proven model of business ownership for decades, employee ownership is still greeted with skepticism, if not dismissal, by those who are unfamiliar. It can be wrongly viewed by government officials as a tax dodge or an unproven experiment in economic development. Other self-interested critics who may wish to maintain the advantages of an investor class of citizens will tag employee ownership with labels like socialism that don't reflect the reality that these are indeed privately owned businesses that will succeed and provide those rewards to their owners, their employees. And even our friends in labor unions sometimes have difficulty moving beyond an us versus them dichotomy of management versus labor in order to understand that businesses can, in fact, be run with the best interests of their workers at heart, especially when those workers are also their owners. Through our work, I can report without a doubt that employee ownership as a model for business ownership, community stewardship, and economic resilience is rapidly gaining momentum. And early movers in this next round of policy development are having an outsized influence on the global trajectory. Now, I want to take some time this afternoon to talk with all of you about what we see on the horizon, to talk about what we have learned and how that might inform the decisions and evolution of your own ideas. Now, as you are surely aware, America is a deeply divided nation. But at the core of that division lies an economic travesty, where our smaller towns and communities, our rural areas that were once populated by thriving small and medium businesses, automotive and electrical component manufacturing, materials development and engineering, agribusiness, energy, construction, they have all been hollowed out by a superclass of investment firms, private funds and foreign investors that strip not just jobs, but more importantly, the wealth and economic vitality that comes with locally held business ownership. The pattern has become painfully predictable. An outside investor or buyer will come to a private business owner in need of a succession plan. They will offer dramatic multiples to entice a deal while making promises of careful stewardship of the company legacy and the care they will provide for the existing employees and the community. Yet once they've been successful in their acquisition, the transformation begins. And it usually starts by replacing the local management, the leaders who have been within the community and know their neighbors, with their own external managers. A new type of hired gun CEO that moves from investor-owned business to investor-owned business, with the singular purpose of squeezing out profit and utilizing financial engineering to manipulate future valuations into higher multiples. It is not about making a good business with good jobs that are sustainable. It is about repositioning the firm for future sale, or it is about stripping the company bare from its valuable assets to the benefit of other companies held within that investor's portfolio. Now, these buyers recognize the value in the businesses they are trying to seduce, but in the end, it will never be about generating a long-term, sustainable enterprise with reasonable profit. Rather, it is about squeezing every ounce of value and profit out of the business while maximizing the return on the capital investment in as short of a period of time as possible. My friends, to understand what has happened to America recently, you must appreciate that the single biggest export from America's small and mid-sized communities has become the wealth that was grown carefully over generations of families and was once rooted in those communities, but is now being sent off to the accounts of absentee investor owners. Private equity funds and direct foreign investment have become extractive industries from America's communities, leaving in their wake more fragile economies as businesses inevitably get resold or closed or merged, and leaving those communities dependent upon subsistence jobs at the local Walmart, Superstore, or McDonald's. They have left in their wake a feeling and a reality of hopelessness for those families who wish to remain where their parents and grandparents made their lives and who wish to raise their families with the traditions and values they knew when growing up. This is the environment where slogans like "Make America Great Again" and us versus them political movements find resonance within communities of good people. Good people who are simply trying to make sense of why their lives are changing so dramatically for the worse. Now, I share this with you because I believe it could foreshadow what lies ahead for your own local economies and businesses. There are two forces converging at the same time that in combination could be transformative. The first is what we call the silver tsunami, the wave of baby boomers who own their businesses and face retirement over the next 10 years. The second is the predator swimming in that tsunami's wave, the massive wealth held by investment funds that must be deployed over the same period of time and is on the hunt for anything that they can buy. Now, while I'm no expert, when I discuss the experience here in Europe, I cannot help but draw the comparison to our own experience. As in America, Europe is facing a massive generational opportunity to both strengthen your domestic economies while also reinvesting the economic production of the baby boomer generation back within your own citizens. In the next 10 years, almost every privately held business must transition to new ownership as the current generation of owners retire. Some will be passed to the next generation of the family. Many will be sold to or merged with a competitor or a strategic buyer. Many will simply cease to exist, the assets being sold off in liquidation sales and the job simply going away. But increasingly, there is concern about direct foreign investment from this superclass of funds from the US or sovereign investment funds from China, as those investors seek to leverage your local businesses to benefit their intellectual and productive assets. In America, this generational transition will be the single largest transfer of wealth-producing assets in history. $7.3 trillion of private businesses in less than 10 years' time. But now think about this. In those same 10 years, these private equity investors, who collectively already hold more than $13 trillion in wealth, are expected to grow to more than $30 trillion, all of which needs to be continuously deployed within the global economy. The American economy is not large enough to absorb that level of investment. Over 65% of the business owners have no current succession plan, and that number remains almost perfectly consistent regardless of the nation. 2/3 of all business owners have no plan for their business exit. That is just as true here in Europe as it is in America. And now we know there's a $30 trillion juggernaut of investors trying to seduce those owners, most of them who have no alternative plan in place. So at the risk of sounding hyperbolic, I want to emphasize just how important and urgent addressing this issue is. For your local communities and economies, this is an existential threat that could reshape every aspect of your way of life. Business owners who wish to preserve their legacy within their community, these leaders who want to be respectful of the employees who have helped bring them success, who desire for their businesses to be rooted in the communities where they have been since they were founded, they need an alternative to selling to a strategic buyer or to a competitor or to private equity funds or foreign investors. We know what that solution can look like because we have experienced it and we have proven its success, and that's employee ownership. The benefits of employee ownership are no longer speculative and have, through decades of careful research, been proven over and over again. Employee-owned firms generate higher wages, greater employee wealth, happier and healthier workplaces. Employee-owned firms are more resilient in economic downturns, as evidenced by their performance during and after both the Great Recession of 2008 and once again during the global COVID pandemic. Employee-owned firms were 4 times less likely to lay off employees, and as a result, emerged from those downturns much faster and resiliently than their non-employee-owned competitors. Employee owners have, on average, more than twice the retirement savings of average workers. Employee owners represent significantly higher job satisfaction, and in a study last year, were 6 times more optimistic about their community's future than the average American. In that same study, even customers and consumers report higher satisfaction with the service and products provided by those employee-owned firms, which stands to reason because as employees adopt an ownership culture, they connect the quality of their work with their own long-term financial interests. As we say, the employee interests and the business interests become aligned. However, in the employee ownership community, it is too often forgotten that none of the benefits of employee ownership, none of the public good that comes from it ever exists without one small miracle happening. A business owner or a group of owners must decide to sell their business to the employees. And to do this, there must be a clear set of policies and regulations that legitimize that choice within a legal framework. Because the business owner must be willing to relinquish their wealth-producing asset so that their employees can have a wealth-producing asset. A business owner must have a viable alternative to the seductive efforts of private funds who will make every promise but have no solidarity to the employees and communities that perform the work and generate the actual value. So facilitating that moment, what I call the miracle moment, is the challenge before every nation that aspires to more equitable and democratic economies. The leaders of labor and employees, you need to recognize that the old dichotomy of management versus labor is becoming outdated. It is no longer going to be sufficient to focus on collectively bargaining for better wages or benefits. The real battle lies in the choice between local ownership that aligns employees and their businesses versus absent or distant ownership that uses your local economies to generate profits and wealth for export. Without employee ownership being part of the solution to your economic independence, your nations may not be fully equipped to withstand the realities and pressures that are going to come to bear in the very near future. I encourage you to begin to look at ways you can protect what you have and to innovate new ways of facilitating ownership transitions. Do not allow the wealth and legacy of your rich industrial heritage to become a new export to foreign investors who only seek to maximize their returns without reinvesting within the social fabric and communities in which they're being allowed to prosper. In America, we've just passed our 50th anniversary of the passage of our own laws that allowed for the creation of ESOPs. In those 50 years, We have revised, amended, or enhanced the initial legislation 18 different times through the passage of new legislation through Congress. It is the one, perhaps only, area of genuine political and economic agreement within our government right now. We are being successful because it works, and our elected leaders see that and are eager to reward it and incubate it. We have been recently passing legislation through our Congress with unanimous recorded votes, where we have the most conservative members of the Senate and the most liberal members of the Senate joining hand in hand and passing legislation for employee ownership. Consider that in the environment in which we live today. Now, we are still making changes to our regulations. We're through our lending policies, our repurchase obligations when our employees exit, management incentives and trustee obligations. This is our process of what we call making a more perfect union. But we also know that the perfect cannot become the enemy of the good. Because even in our imperfection, our system has been allowed and has created 1 in 10 American workers to accumulate more than $2 trillion in wealth through employee ownership. Now, as you all return home to your offices and your workplaces, if there's any single takeaway I would like to leave with you, it is this. You must find a way to make it not just possible, but probable that your businesses will become fully or partially employee-owned. That the best choice for a business owner is to sell to his or her employees when they retire or wish to exit the business. Employee ownership can become the first option, and your local communities and economies, and ultimately your national economies, will be better for it. I want to once again congratulate the leaders here in Slovenia for taking that important first step and creating the legal framework for employee ownership to be part of your economic future. It will genuinely be a lighthouse, a beacon for others to follow. And I look forward to the future as it sweeps across Europe. So thank you again for allowing me to share my thoughts and experiences, and thank you all for your contributions to this important movement.
For this both inspirational talk, both saying a lot about not only promises but good results of employee-owned part of the economy in the United States, and also about the problems and threats that you are facing now and we could face in our future. And now coming back to the old part of the world from the new one, Europe is a very old continent with old culture. And while being in Colombia, I read Marquez, probably the most known Colombian author, and once he said about being old as a person, he said that people are not stopping to pursue their dreams because they are becoming old, but they are becoming old when they stop pursuing their dreams. And it goes about people, but also it could be used when thinking about the future of the economy of the Europe. So old Europe should find ways to renew, should find ways to be inspired again and to follow the dream that is not, again, dream only of Europeans. It was a dream that we exported to the New World. It is still a standard and dream of Colombians, of Latin Americans, of people at the Global South, although they didn't ever live that dream, but the dream was there as an alternative. So there is alternative, there always have been an alternative, and when listening to the first panel, it was really amazing that we are now in the point of time when Europe obviously is building a new, forceful, loud alternative at the left. So some of us are following what was going on at the left for decades, and it is a new moment now. It is really something new. So dreaming a dream in Slovenia is also a good place. You know, many of you might not remember anymore that Slovenia has this heritage, this history of being very different. We were part of a different country. We were part of a country that was many years before Tony Blair's third way country. We knew about two worlds. We were somewhere in between. We were something different. We knew about two systems, two political, two economical systems, and we tried to find something in solidarity then, that was mentioned already at the first panel, in solidarity with the third world, in the solidarity with the global south. And there is a political and really very much economic ideas that build us and put us together then and now again. So putting economic in the middle of the political fight, putting feminist and social struggle at the very top of political reasoning and political divide or coalitions is crucial, is really crucial today for Europe and globally. And I'm very, very honored and happy that I will proceed in this discussion together with some really excellent, not only European, international experts and panelists that I will present now. So first with us is, and not to forget, all the questions, including to the keynote speaker, will be posed later. So we are not forgetting to open discussion with you, Jim, as well. Igor Feketija is State Secretary at the Ministry of Labor, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities of Slovenia. He is in this, before of this function at the ministry, he was teaching macroeconomics at the University of Ljubljana and worked and managed a family business for 10 years. So plenty of different kinds of expertise and experiences to be shared. Teir Gonza is co-founder and director of the Institute for Economic Democracy and also an assistant professor at the University of Ljubljana and a member of supervisory board at Cankarjev Dom, one of the main cultural institutions in this country. For the past decade, he is in his academic and expert work has focused on participatory forms of business ownership. In his teaching and as well as collaborating with businesses, he also gave legislative support to the Slovenian government, research and collaboration with European stakeholders and EU institutions on policies supporting employee ownership. Then we have Rachel Baham, who is head of strategic initiatives at the Institute for Economic Democracy. She is also founder of Akiri Consultants, an employee-owned management consulting firm in Canada. Rachel has been working for and with employee-owned companies since the very age of 16. She was a chair of the board of Employee Ownership Canada from 2020 to 2024, and during that time she was also a member of the Canadian Employee Ownership Coalition, which successfully lobbied for the new EU legislation that came into effect in the last year. She is, as head of strategic initiatives for the Institute of Economic Democracy, she is working on policy and research efforts in several European countries as well as at the EU level. Isabella Ferreras, Professor Ferreras, is Research Director of the Belgian National Science Foundation, but she is a professor, first of all, Professor of Sociology at the Université Catholique de Leuven, and tenured researcher for the Belgian National Science Foundation and a senior researcher associate in the Labor and Work-Life program at Harvard Law School. Her research focuses on political dimensions of firms and democratization of work. Professor Ferreras is also a co-founder of the Global Democratization Work Movement, which promotes fair, democratic, and sustainable models of work and the economy. And finally, Ruth Patterman, Director of Funds, Programming and Implementation of Funds managed by DG Employment, European Commission. She is an economist, joined the Commission in 1993, and since then worked in a number of services: Eurostat, DG Employment and Social Affairs, DG Competition, DG Enterprise and Industry. She was also member of the Cabinet of Vice Presidents, head of the Cabinet, and so on. And in her present position, she is responsible for the legislation, policy development, and coordination of implementation of the funds managed by the DG, and as well as the social economy, social innovation, and better regulation. So I cannot imagine the better panel to discuss the topic that is in front of us. Now I will sit with my panel. First questions. So now we were congratulated to have in Slovenia a pioneer European good piece of legislation that will be not only a vehicle to transform our economy, but probably, hopefully, also a lighthouse for others to follow. So now I would ask you, Igor, first, as a representative of the group of people who really worked hard to achieve this, what are your expectations? So what are the expectations of the ministry now? How will this really work? How will this transform our economy and our industrial strategy?
So first of all, I have to thank and recognize the team that was beyond this accomplishment. Some of them are here today. And what I'd say actually is that up until this point, so which is adoption and implementation of the Act and implementation of the support environment we're doing now, things have largely been under...
You should probably push, yeah.
There you go. Things have largely been under our control most of the time. From now on, the more is beyond our control. So it's hard to say what to expect, but I can say what we're working towards. And this is maybe this will sound overly optimistic. To dust? Oh. Okay. So yeah, if things have gone according to our plans thus far, we can expect for this to continue. Based on the response thus far, there are two types of enterprises that are actually interested in implementing the Slovenian ESOP. One are the successful enterprises already operating with progressive-minded leaders who are actually looking for new ways to reward and engage their employees. So they're not retiring, they're not withdrawing. They're just intuitively or analytically aware of the benefits of employee ownership and are looking to implement it in a sustainable way. And the second group are retiring owners, the silver tsunami that Jim mentioned. They dislike the prospect of selling their company either to a private equity fund or to a competitor, or may not even have that option because there is no interest for the companies. It can be a company with a couple of decades of history, perhaps several dozen employees, but not interesting enough for a private equity fund to just go through the basic motions that an acquisition actually takes. And in the absence of their progeny willing and able to take over, they face the threat of having to close the company down. So what we'd like to see is for such companies to be the first, the early adopters, and then possibly to start maybe I'm here on the verge of wishful thinking, but start a kind of a snowball, virtuous snowball going in that direction. I will also point out that Slovenian economy may need some restructuring towards higher levels of technology, higher productivity, maybe even away from just being subcontractors or suppliers to other companies, maybe working under their own brands. And if companies that succeed in doing so are employee-owned, the benefits of this will actually remain in the local environment. And I also think vice versa. The companies that are employee-owned are more likely to be on the positive, on the better part of this, I'd say, sustainable creative destruction, as it was the term that was coined by this year's Nobel laureates in economics.
Tei, you were one of the people behind the logic of this new law, and you worked really very, very hard, and we achieved the success. What now? So what kind of institutional support, what kind of environment do you think is needed now when we do have the legislation, but legislation is not enough?
Yeah, so Alexandra is already celebrating a victory, but I have to, I mean, I'm very happy and relieved after years and years of, work to bring ESOPs to Slovenia that this law has passed. But unfortunately, I think that this is just like the starting point. So the major question right now is the uptake. How many business owners, how many workers' collectives will decide to go on the path of employee ownership? And obviously, you know that there is a scenario where this doesn't happen. There are a few adopters, and it's just like fades we forget about the law, and that would be a negative scenario. But I want to focus on the positive scenario, which is that there is a massive adoption of the ESOP model. So, in the UK, in the US, where there was a special tax status given to the ESOPs, the sector grew very fast. Even today, we have between 250 and 400 new worker buyouts every year in those two countries. And in the UK, it's the second most popular exit option. So basically, worker buyouts are the second most popular option for business owners that are leaving the firm. So it's not marginal, it's mainstream. And in Slovenia, based on the anticipated generational change of ownership that we talk about, and even we studied it, so it's between 34 and 50% of all owners are exiting in 10 years. So we talk about hundreds of companies potentially in the next 5 years, possibly thousands in the next 10 years. The potential is huge, right? But regulatory certainty and fiscal incentives that the law provides is not enough, so additional support will be needed. One thing I would mention is the attitudes of owners, so the culture. In the study that I just mentioned, we also measured their attitudes towards employee ownership, and they were surprisingly positive. So almost a third of owners are kind of interested in employee ownership as a succession, tool. But there is a huge gap between, checking a box in the survey and actually doing that. So when we work with the Institute, with businesses, we see that there is still a lot of reluctance, there is still a lot of stereotypes, there is still a lot of misunderstandings that are also part of the historical contingency. We were, in self-management, so everybody connects it with that. So yeah, one thing to do in terms of institutional measures, policies, and is a systemic advocacy and information and like a campaign. Then the next thing is financing. I think some others will talk about this, but there is a market gap with commercial banks that have to finance the worker buyouts. It's a leveraged buyout, so you need a loan, and commercial banks are the main actors giving that loans, and they are the perception of risk. There is an institutional bias against ESOP buyouts. So what could help here is to have, and this is the pilot project that's going on, a guarantee program through the cohesion funds that would provide loan guarantees to the banks, which will decrease the risks for them, and it will also lower the cost of financing. It will be very cheap for the companies to use that loans. So that's the second kind of policy, financing. And then the third one, which is also very important, is the technical support. So converting businesses to democratic businesses is a complex process. It takes, well, it's definitely not a simple thing to convert a company into a democratic business. You need to, mediate the interests of different stakeholders. You need to structure financing in such a way that you don't demolish the operating company that provides this financing. You need to educate workers, managers with skills and knowledge of what it means to run companies that are democratic companies. So we need to focus on that. I think there is a lot of international good practice. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. And I think that we need to bring and replicate the practices from the West, Europe, and Americas, and the United States and UK, and establish them as standards here in Slovenia so that we build good practices. Yeah.
Excellent. Now technology is helping me, but not really, because it started, now it will start again. Rachel, so it must be some magic in you, because wherever you go, there is a law passed on employee ownership. So last year in Canada, this year in Slovenia. So based on this good experiences with new legislations, and based on your work in different contexts, what we can learn from these experiences? So you saw how the law was passed in Canada 1 year ago. What happened? What is important to have in mind? Please help us.
Thank you. Yeah, so Canada got their legislation in June 2024, Slovenia on October 23rd, and Sandra is referring to the fact that I landed in Slovenia that day, no coincidence. And Denmark's set to get their legislation to be effective January 1st, 2026. So what we're seeing is a smaller and smaller time period between each one of these legislations being passed. So you can feel that the momentum is building. And the fact that Slovenia was the first in Europe, this is amazing. But there's also, I've been touring Europe for the last 2 months, and there's also a lot of pessimism. I hear, well, we'll get employee ownership, but we won't get tax incentives, or the current government won't support it. So there's a lot of pessimism, and I think to answer the question, what do you need? Both Canada and Slovenia, the big thing was people working at this a very long time. It's not, you can't change it in a day. People preparing the terrain long time in advance, working very hard. I've seen it on both sides. It's a long period. I think sometimes I say we should even be teaching it in our business schools to our future entrepreneurs. That's how far in advance we need to be thinking about this. But the one advantage is that and Jim mentioned this, it crosses the political spectrum. So we don't necessarily have to worry about who's in power right now. We have to be looking forward. And so we have the advantage of the fact that it crosses the spectrum and is something that is attractive both on the left and the right. I've often been asked what it takes to get successful, for employee ownership to be successful in a country, and I like to say it takes 4 things. It takes a favorable legislation, something that lets you do it, access to financing, which Tay mentioned, because we are talking about a leveraged approach, technical support, and a community of experts, also already mentioned, and tax incentives. But what I like to add is that it's not a 50% chance if you get 50% of these. It's almost a 0% chance. It takes all of these things working together. And just an example, you can get everything except the tax incentives. Well, you won't make it attractive enough for them to distract them from another alternative, or to make it as attractive as the alternatives. One difference there was between Canada and Slovenia is Canada didn't expect companies to pilot. In Slovenia, we had several pilots, including INEA, those trailblazers, that in most countries, the governments are expecting somebody to try it before the legislation is actually favorable to it. In Canada, that seemed to be an exception. They actually relied on data from the US and the UK to say, this is a successful model, we're willing to take a chance, without having somebody pilot it. That actually accelerated the process greatly, so maybe we're going to see that in a few other countries where they're going to rely on successful models. I know at the moment there's Wolfgang Digital in Ireland. Alan Coleman talking to him, he says, I actually have to pay more tax to do employee ownership, but I'm going to do it anyways. So those trailblazers, they're also part of the process. Just a little bit, in Canada, one thing to note is that you get the tax incentive if you transfer at least 51% of the ownership to the employees. So it really is, and the employees are not allowed to pay out of pocket. So it really is a wealth distribution tool. We're not going to, if you expect the employees to pay, you will reinforce the current inequalities. So we're really talking about models here that are not reinforcing those current inequalities, but in that case, you do need the seller to finance it or a bank to get involved. And one last thing about tax incentives, how do we advocate for tax incentives? What's the message to give to the governments to get them to buy into this? It's really about taking a short-term loss in the revenue on that sale versus a long-term gain. So yes, you lost the revenue on that short-term sale, but we're talking about profitable companies here that will continue to pay the corporate taxes into the future. The employees will continue to pay income tax, and we're also keeping those employees out of the unemployment and welfare. So it's basically saying short-term loss for a long-term gain, and I guess that's, in my opinion, that's what Canada and Slovenia bought into in going forward with the tax incentives.
Thank you. Isabel, you are leading Spanish Committee for Economic Democracy. How do you see democratic ESOPs helping economic democracy, development of economic democracy, and do you intend to pursue democratic ESOP as something that you will suggest to the Spanish government?
Thank you so much, Alexandra. I'm very happy to be with you today. So to answer your question immediately, yes, we are including ESOPs in the report for the Spanish government that we have been mandated to work on for during the past year. And it's not on economic democracy, it's on democracy at work. And so maybe there is a little bit of nuance here that I would like to introduce because the Spanish situation is very interesting because as you saw, the leader of all this, Yolanda Díaz, she's passionate about these issues and she's really leading. In the article of the Constitution that we have been tasked to study as an expert committee, Article 129.2 of the Spanish Constitution, it is explicitly said that the government has a mandate to make everything possible to enable workers to participate in the decisions of the firm and to access the means of production, plus to foster cooperatives. Cooperatives have an appropriate legislation in Spain, but on these two first goals, actually the situation is very, well, between inexistent and very unsatisfactory. So that article of the Constitution precisely speak about what I call the two avenues that lead to economic democracy. The avenue of voice, that is political voice independently of owning shares, of having access to the property of the corporation, and the ownership avenue. But I think that's very important in a project of economic democracy to think that these are the two, basically the two sides of the coin. And what else are we looking for? Then to empower workers so that they become the real citizens in the economy. So a project of economic democracy is really about equality in the firm, in the workplace, and this means the ability for workers to have a real voice in the government of their own life. And so it's not to transform workers into capitalists, obviously. But so because there are those two avenues, I think we have to push for them and to push for them in a mutually beneficial way. And so the path for ownership is clearly, you're leading on this, and it's fantastic to see the work inspired by David that you've been able to do to push ESOP, the ESOP perspective to go fully democratic, I would say, by including this cooperative structure right into the design of ESOPs. But of course, it only sort of gives an answer to specific firms. Currently, like firms where there is this generational challenge, firms where there is a big challenge in terms of retention of talents. But we need a plan that's, I would say, bigger than that to address the situation of every worker to become able to co-govern their own life. And that's where the voice avenue is absolutely critical. In any firm, independently of workers being able to buy some shares, it's critical that they have a voice collectively. And on that perspective, of course, in Europe, we have a long tradition of such structures, going from works councils to co-determination, the participation of workers' representatives in the strategic decisions of the firm. But obviously, it's also not enough. We don't want to see workers to remain in the back seat while capital investors are driving and choosing the direction of the economy, while we know that artificial intelligence is there to govern their life, while we know that climate change is destroying their lives. So we need to put workers in a position where they're going to be able to co-govern the firm, and that means to increase those levels of representation in the board, to go for a dual majority board where workers collectively can really position themselves and have a veto power actually on the decisions of the firm, and that is independently of them having access to shares in the firm. Obviously, the ideal scenario is when you can push for both avenues to go one with the other, and this is what we're going to advise to the Spanish government to do by mobilizing all the incentive mechanisms, the corporate tax, all the access to public procurement, all those mechanisms that should be actually used to support the firms who are advancing on those two avenues and reward them, and instead of today rewarding the firms who are actually not respecting workers and governing their life without, in a totally undemocratic way.
Isabel, there are plenty of advantages, but also some real challenges in front of us that you already mentioned, and some other at the first panel, but we will come to that. Let us go to the level of European Union, Ruth. So we heard today about competitiveness and how it is framed in a certain way that we can understand it as deregulation, simplification. What do you think? We don't hear enough about the competitiveness based on sovereignty of the European, not countries, but local communities, about embeddedness of businesses in local communities and so on, which could provoke more of competitiveness in the other hand. So what is your stake on that, and what do you think, could we reimagine competitiveness at the EU level?
Yes, thank you very much for your question, and I'm very honored to be with this very distinguished panel here. To go on this point of competitiveness, I mean, clearly there have been two major reports which were done recently at the European level, both by former Italian prime ministers, Letta and Draghi, and they both make the point of the importance of Europe being a single actor on the world stage. So acting as a single, so the single market as our strongest asset, and how much we should really invest much more in making sure that it is really a seamless single market, and the same on one hand, and Draghi puts a lot of accent indeed on competitiveness and sovereignty. Now, the way these have been translated it is true that now there is much more attention to the to the idea of completing the single market in some areas, notably, well, just yesterday or today it was the adoption of a savings and investment union or an energy union. And on the other hand, on simplifying the rules. But again, the idea of simplification of the rules is about ensuring a single level playing field and not that, so that there is really only one set of rules across Europe. The reality is that there are different rules all over Europe. So I think this is, in this sense, we're talking about simplification. It's not really the regulation. Of course, the easiest way is to get rid of all the rules, then you don't have any problems of having different rules. But that's not what's happening. What is happening, what we're trying to achieve is the simplification of the rules in the sense that they are homogeneous across the EU, which really then creates a single market. It's very difficult to do because there are different ways each country does things, and in a way the example of the Slovenian law is one of them. I mean, of course, it's an example of Slovenia, yeah, and it's not yet a European law. But the other part, which on sovereignty we don't talk so much, but sovereignty is also about the investments in Europe for Europe. So in this sense, I'm connected with what was said before. We definitely have an interest to maintain European ownership of the companies, and also even more to maintain local ownership. And I learned here the word of Silva Tsunami, but we've been working on this issue of the business transfer for a very long time, because Europe is an economy based on SMEs. And so the issue of having to transfer business, owner business when they retire is quite long-standing. The first time there's been a recommendation on business transfer is in '94. And there exists a recommendation on business transfer. Now, of course, a recommendation is not legislation, it's soft law. And we are now working on reviewing this recommendation on the basis of the experiences that have been learned, and also on the basis of the international good practices that were mentioned, US, UK, etc. So this is now happening with a greater, I would say, recognition, as I said, that to improve competitiveness and sovereignty, we need to ensure that there is a better transfer of, making sure that we maintain that the business transfer does not come up with all the negative connotations that Mr. Bonham said at the beginning. I mean, this is clearly one of the objectives. Having said that, I think it's just to make a little bit of cautious, because it's very, we are not at the level of doing European legislation on ownership, employee ownership, sorry.
Being an optimist, I heard that you will use ESOP legislation as inspiration for the new recommendations. Okay, let's start the second round of my questions before opening the floor to others. Igor, you did, it is a victory, so I think we should congratulate you, but the work is not over yet. So I doubt that the government and the ministry will leave these legislations just like that. What are the plans? How you will accompany this new piece of legislation with probably new policies, new additional help for this legislation to live?
Right, so yeah, the first, I think there's 4 prongs, or I think pillar is a popular word for that, pillars of support for ESOPs in Slovenia. One is the very act, which on the one hand proposes a framework for sustainable and equitable employee ownership, and also offers tax incentives to nudge the companies in this direction. And now that this has been done, the second step is to raise general awareness. Not that these efforts have not already been underway, but it's time to take these efforts a couple notches up. And this is also in progress. But I'm also particularly pleased that we have actually secured support from the European Commission and the European Investment Bank in funding the third and fourth pillar of support from the European Cohesion Fund, from the European Social Fund Plus. So the third one is actually offering technical support. First, to the companies who are seriously considering implementing employee ownership based on the Slovenian ESOP model. So targeted workshops, trainings with potentially interested enterprises, and then one-on-one consulting services, so legal, financial consulting, consulting on corporate governance, corporate culture, and so on, to lead them through this process. And since this is financed from the European Cohesion Fund, it means it comes at no cost to the company making the transition or implementing the employee ownership in this way. And then the fourth part of support is providing the financial instrument that facilitates the financing of worker buyouts. The market gap analysis has been completed. I've actually seen the preliminary results. It shows huge potential here and a huge need for financing. And at this point, there is, of course, considerable hesitancy on the part of private financial institutions in financing, so in lending to a special purpose vehicle, which is a cooperative set up by workers for the sole purpose of buying out the company that they work in. So this is pretty exotic in the financial world of our country. So at least in the first stage, something more is needed to facilitate this. And this is actually the financial instrument probably taking the form of a first loss guarantee to kickstart the process. Based on our discussions with the people from the financial industry, this may not be required a couple of years down the road. Once a few decent or good cases are implemented, the financial industry will also see this as a viable business, and this may not be necessary anymore. So I would say these are the four prongs of support, right? So the act, the general awareness, then the technical support, and the facilitating financing. And of course, this is work in progress, from the act to everything else I mentioned. And of course, we'll pay attention to the developments, and if anything else is needed, we'll be there to provide it.
Thank you very much. Sounds as a very good plan. Thanks. Tej, when I introduced you, I said that you are not working only very good in Slovenia, but abroad as well. How do you think that this model now successfully implemented in Slovenia could inform and inspire people in other countries and legislation changes in other countries?
Yeah, let's focus on Europe. I think it's enough. But I have to say, Europe has a strong tradition of cooperatives already, right? So countries like Italy, France, Spain, they have historically supported worker cooperatives a lot, with a lot of infrastructure. And there has been a lot of success. I mean, in absolute numbers, there is a lot of worker cooperatives in those countries. We're talking about thousands. The only, not problem, but the challenge is that the cooperatives remained in the economic margins. And they are usually, even though they are in thousands, they are small businesses. Average size is around 15 to 20 employees. I think that we have to understand the issue of why this is not going mainstream. I think there are mainly two reasons. One reason is cooperative buyouts are mainly used to save companies that are facing bankruptcy, and or offshoring, for example, that the companies are moving production to other countries, so workers get support by the government to buy those companies, save the assets, and continue to work. So that's the main way that cooperatives are used, cooperative conversions. The second reason for this to be limited to smaller companies is that in cooperative conversions you have to convert the whole company. You convert the operating company, right? So ESOP is an innovation in the European space, like a complete, I think, innovation. We haven't seen something similar in Europe. And it's different because it focuses on stable and profitable companies. It allows gradual buyouts. It means that you can start with a small percentage, 20, 30%, finance it, pay it off, and then continue with another 30%. And it's completely based on financial leverage, which means that workers do not have to pay anything from their own pockets. It's basically a social contract where they say, okay, collectively we have an ability to produce surplus, and that ability allows us to get a loan that we use to buy the shares, and then with future profits we will be paying off that loan. So that's the ESOP social contract. And those are the ingredients that I think that helped ESOPs to spread internationally in those countries that introduced that legislation. Now, what Slovenia did is it introduced a model that's, I think, very easy to replicate in other European countries, because it's basically just a special status for a cooperative that serves as that special purpose vehicle buying off the underlying firm. Obviously, there is a lot of technical issues in how to structure it, in how to set up tax incentives and all of that, so it's not easy, but it's relatively easy. So I think it's replicable and it can be used in all the other EU member states, basically, because every EU member state has a cooperative legislation. You just need to define a special status. So in the context of basically all European countries facing this generational transfer of wealth, of ownership, business ownership, it's not just Slovenia. It's not the first time that other European countries are facing this generational ownership shift, but it's the first time that this is happening in a radically financialized and globalized economy, and this introduces new threats. So I think decision makers on all levels, including the EU level and member state, national level, they will have to ask a strategic question of how to nudge this transfer of ownership into the hands of stakeholders that will take the long view, that will be responsible to the company, to employees, to local communities. So that's the strategic question that's very important. And to conclude with, according to the theme of this panel, there is no sovereignty without control over ownership. Employee ownership kind of gives, well, can achieve that sovereignty. That's the point. So I think that for sovereignty, we need control over ownership, and employee ownership can anchor that control in the hands of local communities and in the hands of national economies.
Thank you, Tay. Rachel, I'm posing actually the same question to you, but is Tay maybe now more optimistic that than we should be? Do you see that a small Slovenia example will lead the whole movement of employee ownership, or there are some obstacles? Are we seeing as post-socialist different economy, or we will really become a model and be followed by many?
Well, definitely. I think I'm going to talk a little bit more about what's happening boots on the ground, because in my role at the IED, I'm responsible for the international dissemination. So I'll just talk a little bit, but yes, the momentum is there. I talked about it the first time. We're really feeling the momentum. For example, in Germany, our sister organization, Institut für Unternehmensdemokratie, is working on several pilot projects. I talked about the importance of having successful pilots. We have another sister organization in Serbia that's gained some media attention recently, in a country where we think that employee ownership can make a huge difference in helping with democracy. I mean, Spain, Isabel's talked about it, but we collaborate with ASLE in the Basque Country. So we're seeing a lot of momentum. Also at IED, and we're working in France with the cooperative movement and some important academics to get a report out that will try and influence advocacy efforts. So you can see there's multiple initiatives going on, but I want to talk about one in particular, which is the 28th regime. Because at the IED, we're collaborating currently with lobbyists and academics on this initiative that's being led by MEP René Rapasi. So at this stage, it's still a proposal. It was mentioned in one of the earlier panels, but the idea is to have an European enterprise that would be across border to allow for competitiveness, yes, across border, but we've managed to include optionally for business owners to have the possibility to be employee-owned, and employee-owned with the Slovenian model. So this is really important. We're not talking stock options. We're not talking employee ownership where you have to buy your shares and we're going to reinforce the current inequalities. We're pushing to say, if this European enterprise does employee ownership where it's a leveraged buyout, so the employees aren't paying for their shares, and they have a voice, to Isabel's point, so it's democratic, they have a voice in the governance, you will get to call your company employee-owned, an optional label that you will get to do this. This is what we're pushing at this point. It's still early on, but we're working really hard to push this, and I think, you know, at the European level, we won't have an impact on tax. We know this tax will probably remain at the independent 27 countries. However, just the fact that we have an enterprise that will be employee-owned and have everyone hear about that, that could be a huge tool. With Silver Tsunami is not just in Slovenia, it's not just in any of these countries, it's everywhere. So just the fact that we're talking about employee ownership at that level is a huge win, and we're hoping that then it will trickle down into the independent countries, and they will be giving tax incentives, and there will be financing tools like the cohesion funds that will then support the adoption of this new type of company. So we're really excited about what's going on there, and we're working really hard. So yeah, we're kind of all over the place, but working really hard on it.
All the luck with that. Isabel, I liked when you said that it is employee ownership is not about workers becoming capitalists, but it is about rebalancing power, and that is really an important thing. Do you think that democratic ESOP is something? How do you see that in the whole picture of rebalancing power between labor and capital in Europe?
Thank you. Well, I think it's for the project of ESOP, I would say, to be truly transformative, which means to transform capitalism and to go beyond capitalism to a democratic economy, that is an economy that's grounded in the recognition of each other's as equal in dignity and rights, as the first article of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights puts it. For that to be truly a transformative project, indeed, I believe we have to pay attention to those two sides of the coin. So the ownership part of the story is critical, a critical piece, but the voice piece equally. Why? Because when you think about it, what is democracy? The ideal of democracy precisely is to detach the principle of ownership from the principle of political equality. It is because we recognize each other as equal that we recognize our equal ability to vote, to participate in the collective government of our lives. And so it's the democratic ideal, if you want, is really rooted in the idea of detaching ownership from political rights. So obviously, because we are living in the capitalist system, the ownership avenue is absolutely critical. We need to mine for it, and we need to put workers in a position to be able to become the owners indeed. But if we just do that, obviously if we do that with a majority of the shares, it is already fully transformative, but I believe it's not enough because it would not be true to the democratic ideal, which is to recognize us as equals independently of ownership. And so that second, the voice dimension is absolutely critical too, and it's only when we really mind for the two and how they can mutually align with, I believe, with the cooperative ESOP, we are getting there, obviously, and the place of unions inside the cooperative also, which is a topic on which David made a major contribution, thinking about unions as the legitimate opposition in a democratic firm, in the context of a democratic firm, then we really have, I believe, a plan for economic democracy.
Thank you, Isabel. Now, how this sounds to Ruth. Can we imagine social and industry policies at the EU level taking what now was said, what Isabella said, making people who are workers owners and participants in the democratic, not only ownership, but governing of European companies. Or we are living in a very, I wouldn't say difficult, interesting times, that we do have ever stronger voices like we are hearing today from politicians, from academicians, from experts, but at the same time we are living in a new phase of capitalism that is platform capitalism, that even doesn't recognize workers. People are not workers anymore with the basic rights, let alone these ideals that we are discussing today. So where are we realistically, Ruth, in terms of putting this into strategies of European Union?
Okay, let me perhaps, I just want to reply to some of the comments that were made, and this I take as the last because it's the biggest. So the first point, which I think is interesting, is what Igor mentioned, that European Social Fund and the cohesion funds are supporting the financial, so the kick-up, if you want, the kickstart of this process by in Slovenia by providing funds to allow the supporting funds to allow the financing, as was mentioned, and the technical support to allow the transfer to employee ownership. So, and on this we will continue to do, and actually I'm very pleased that financial instruments from the European Social Fund are used for this, because they give leverage, and it's very good. So we also have, so this we will continue also to publicize, and we will use it, the Slovenia example, so not only on the legislation, but also on this financial instrument. Then on the 28th regime, so we are now, so this is an interesting project, which has, forces lots of different services of the Commission to work together and to come up with a proposal which can stand the ground. It's not easy because, so on one hand, there is this very strong imperative, when I said before, to create really a single market, which includes, therefore, also a single model, and that's what it means, 28th regime, no? That you create a regime for certain companies, which is accepted across the overall European Union without having specific national legislation. So, of course, if employee ownership model is included in this, it would really jumpstart the process. I personally, I shouldn't say this, I don't think it's going to happen, but okay, this is because, but not the employee, the whole 28th regime. I think it could have, I don't know if now there is enough worry, I would put it like that, in the member states that we are not strong enough, that they're happy to give away this little bit of sovereignty to have a 28th regime. Voila, I think that is the key point. But once it, so this is different from the point of whether in the 28th regime you could also include employee ownership, and why not? If there's I think there will be cross-border support, cross-party support for this, because, as I said before, Europe is a country of SMEs. I mean, so there are a lot of SMEs. There's a lot. This problem of business transfer is very felt. So maybe yes. So I think the problem is more on the other side, and personally, yeah. And final comment, I wanted to react on this change of capitalism. I don't know what, I mean, I don't know. Europe has always been a social market economy. I think we will continue to be a social market economy, and the more, now perhaps we even feel more that we are under threat as a social market economy, but I don't think we are renouncing our model. Actually, we would feel that as a conquest or as a hostile takeover. So we will try what we can to continue to maintain the model of a social market economy with a strong welfare state, and that is an aspect of our competitiveness also. I mean, that workers are happy and that they can thrive in the system. So on that, I'm relatively optimistic, I have to say.
Nice that you concluded with some optimism. Thank you very much. Now it's time for few very short questions that could be answered with very short answers of our panelists, because at least one have to go in 10 minutes to catch the flight. So please, yes. Probably someone will bring you the microphone.
Okay, thank you. I have a question especially for Jim. Namely, one part of the critics of the ESOP as proposed in Slovenia say that that kind of a model is working in America because there it represents an additional pension scheme. And they say to Slovenian workers it will not be as interesting as it is to American. How would you answer that sort of criticism?
I think I would start with their analysis is wrong from the beginning, that it doesn't represent an additional pension system. And we have our social security system, which is not designed as a pension system. It is designed as bare subsistence. And most people could not make ends meet just on social security alone. And you have to accumulate enough credits and enough time in the workforce in order to really qualify for it. So I would challenge the first assumption that it's a secondary pension system. But the American retirement system is really dependent upon what I call three legs of the stool. It's your own personal savings, it is Social Security, and then it's whatever retirement benefit your own employer may provide to you. And over the last 50 years, employers have really shifted the entire responsibility for retirement off of the business and onto the employees, so that they are now taking all that risk themselves. Our ESOPs provide an additional opportunity that most employees never get. And it creates that reason that most ESOP employees have more than double the retirement savings and can retire with dignity compared to their non-employee-owned counterparts. So for here in Slovenia, I think it's an amazing opportunity for your workforce to be able to commit to a business that they share ownership in through their lifetime, and then retire with dignity, because they'll be able to retire with the growth of the equity in addition to their own savings that they've been able to put away themselves. So I think it's just a tremendous opportunity to increase the quality of life and the standard of living for your retired workers.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Undoubtedly, employment companies have enormous advantages for resiliency of the economy. However, when it comes to taxes, the issue is actually they have always distributive impact. And from the perspective of distributive impact, if you give incentives to somebody, you take from somebody else. So they have, this dimension is quite an important to have in mind. So my question is why we don't, for example, think on democratizing ownership itself. For example, giving tax breaks to all people that do not just belong to employment companies. Because, for example, you have a high-skilled company and they are owners, no? And already they have been paid relatively well and they become owners. The differences, let's say, in quantiles will definitely persist. So I wonder whether we can go further actually in providing those advocating for tax incentives to more broadening and change the economy in a more, let's say, democratic way. Thank you.
I could touch on that from the US system's perspective. We have incentives for both the selling shareholder, the business owner that sells their business to the ESOP, as well as for the employee owners themselves. Because within our system of an ESOP, every employee has an individual account. And within that account, they hold their vested interest in the business that they work at. But the value of that, the appreciation, accumulates tax-free until they depart the exit. And then when they retire, of course, it's then taxed at their individual tax rate as individuals as opposed to corporates. The effect, and Rachel touched on this briefly, is that while the government temporarily gives up some of their tax revenue for the initial grant to the seller, they more than make up for it as the plans mature and the employees retire or depart the business and start paying their individual tax rate on the gain that they've made. So I think that there is a more level opportunity for fair treatment, whether you work at an employee-owned firm or not, with an ESOP model.
Yes, just a small point on tax incentives. So we've been working with some economists from the University of Lille in France on this topic, to Julien Farot in particular, basically to show that what would be really excellent in terms of incentivizing firms to go into the right direction, plus minding for the public, well, for the budget of the state, is to think in terms of malus bonus. So you would incentivize firms in such a way that those who are getting better at these sharing ownership, including workers at the voice level, would get a beneficial tax rate, and those who stick to old practices, well, they would get a higher tax rate, because this is precisely the type of behavior that you don't want to reward, because of the many reasons actually that we have for willing that society goes into the direction of more democratic businesses. As we know, like in terms of environmental impact, the deployment of AI, all those concerns are hugely differently handled by firms when they are democratic or more democratic. So there are all the reasons to basically, from the perspective of the state, to say we want to incentivize those businesses and we want to disincentivize the others via malus. Okay, so this is an innovative way to move forward.
Thank you, Isabel. And a very short comment of Igor.
Yeah, I'll just add to that point. Redistribution is not the only function of taxes. It is also allocation, so steering, and development. And here we're talking about steering. We have excise duties, which are actually taxes on undesired consumption, cigarettes, gasoline, alcohol, so on. So it's not just redistribution. And secondly, in this case, we're not redistributing because these are transactions that otherwise would not have happened at all. We will have collected a lower tax rate, but from something that otherwise would not have happened, and there would be nothing collected, actually. So it's not the case that we're taxing somebody and redistributing to somebody else. It's an entirely different story here.
Thank you, Igor. And because we had 3 answers to the second question, third and all the other questions will be posed later. To conclude, we heard, I think, enough from this fantastic panel to be convinced that there is a future for employee ownership, definitely. And I will conclude, although we live in difficult times of wars, conflicts, inequalities, uncertainties, and we heard from our minister that we have 3 tragedies. I wanted to come up with 3 good points and 3 reasons for optimism. I came up with 2. One is we do have new legislation here. Thank you and congratulations to Slovenian government and Slovenian citizens and Slovenian workers. And secondly, with such devoted people working on employee ownership, with such passionate politicians from Spain and from Slovenia and hopefully from other countries that we heard today, we should be optimists. I would like to conclude with that and with a big applause to my panelists. And now, Ruth, you can catch your flight, and we are going to the lunch, I think.
Um, So all the panelists and head of delegations are invited to lunch in the first floor. It will be a table lunch. Please come back 10 to 3 o'clock. We continue with the third panel.
We have to switch the microphone. Thank you. So, hello everyone. Good afternoon. So, I would like to welcome you to our last panel, panel number 3, called The EU's Democratic Dilemma, Labor Rights and Regional Integration. So my name is Faris Kocan, and I'm going to moderate this discussion for the next hour or so. But before we start with our amazing panelists, we would like to have 2 keynote speeches. The first made by the European Commissioner for Enlargement, Marta Kos, and the second one from Adi Čerimagić.
Spoštovani minister Luka Mesec, esteemed guests, I wish I could have joined you today. 2 weeks ago, we presented our yearly report on how candidate countries are progressing on their accession path. Afterwards, I spoke at the summit on enlargement. As war rages on our continent, I underlined that an enlarged union would make us stronger and more secure. A member of the European Parliament took the floor after me. He said, I support enlargement. I understand it can make us safer. But frankly, I want to know what it means for the workers. And he was right to ask, because true security is about far more than armies and borders. Security must also mean decent wages, strong social protection, safe workplaces, and a pension that allows people to live with dignity. As enlargement returns to the top of the European agenda, we must ensure that workers' concerns remain at the forefront of our negotiations. Social and labor rights cannot be an afterthought. For candidate countries, this is a tremendous task, but it is also a tremendous opportunity. Because enlargement is not a technocratic exercise. It is a profound political, economic, and social transformation. One that places labor rights, democratic governance, and genuine social dialogue at its heart. I'm often asked, given the geopolitical urgency, shouldn't we just let everybody in to make Europe bigger and stronger? My answer is clear, no. We will never compromise on our standards. Geopolitical necessity cannot become an excuse to lower protection for workers, to tolerate attacks on independent trade unions, or to turn a blind eye to shrinking space for civil society. Because if we weaken these standards on the way in, we weaken the union we are building together. This is why labor movements and civil society should be closely involved at every step, not observing the process but shaping it with us. As we once again work to expand our union, let's make sure that every step towards a more
So without further ado, I would like to welcome Adi Čerimagić, senior analyst from the European Stability Initiative, based in Berlin. Adi is one of the leading voices on European integration of the Western Balkans, so I'm really excited to see and hear what Adi has to offer to us. Thank you, Adi.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much for coming after lunch. To listen not just to me speaking and Commissioner Kos, but also to our panel. In less than a year, Commissioner Marta Kos became the face of the so-called new momentum in the EU enlargement. Kos, supported by the President of the European Commission, von der Leyen, did what 3 of her male predecessors didn't dare to do. Be it Hungarian Oliver Várhelyi, be it the Austrian Johannes Hahn, or the Czech Stefan Füle. They simply didn't dare. In February, just 3 months after being appointed Commissioner for Enlargement, as a first female commissioner taking that position, she went to Munich, sat on the stage similar to this, together with the leaders from the Western Balkans, and said something which was unthinkable for 12 or 13 years before that. She said, you know, if the countries, candidates sitting on this stage and some others are willing to do the reforms, willing to deliver, the Commission is ready to support them. And you know what? Until the end of my mandate, 2029, we could see candidates being ready to join the EU. No other commissioner before her or three of her predecessors dared to say that. Those of us who are experts, who follow the accession process, we're fully aware that that's true. If countries want to join and if the Commission and the EU is ready to support, those kind of things can happen, because the country that longest negotiated the EU membership was Romania, and it took 58 months for them to negotiate. For Austria, it took just 14 months to prepare for EU membership. But the two prime ministers sitting next to her, one Montenegrin prime minister and the other one Albanian prime minister, didn't take her seriously. The Montenegrin prime minister, whose country was negotiating already then for 140 months, compared to Romania's 58, said, but member states do not support this. Albanian prime minister said, it's a nice story, but let's think about some alternatives. We don't need to really join the EU. But she maintained, and she said, no, this is what I want to offer. I want to offer these countries within the next couple of years to really prepare for EU membership. And then she went on, she spoke with leaders, with politicians, with member states, and within just a couple of months, due to also geopolitical and other circumstances, she managed to gather support for it. Not just from friends of Western Balkans or Ukraine and Moldova, Slovenia, Austria, Croatia, and some other countries, but also from the two key EU member states, France and Germany. Both the President Macron and Chancellor Merz in the last couple of months have come out in public and said, this plan that the Commission has, we're ready to support it if the countries really do a reform. And the last week, or 2 weeks ago, as Commissioner said in her video, she presented the report. The reports on the countries, how far are they when it comes to the level of preparedness for EU membership. And she said that when it comes to this level of preparedness, in fact, there are 4 countries which do have a chance to be prepared by the end of 2029. It's Moldova, Montenegro, Albania, and Ukraine. For Albania and Montenegro, if they continue the pace of reforms that they've done in the past year, they will be able to be prepared by the end of the next year, Montenegro, by the end of 2027, Albania. For Ukraine and Moldova, that is the end of 2028. And the reports also show that these countries really made progress. Montenegro just in last year made more progress in the level of preparedness for EU membership than it did from 2015 to 2020 in total. Moldova doubled its level of preparedness for EU membership across 33 policy areas in just 3 years since it became the candidate. And according to Commissioner Kos and her assessment, these countries really have a chance. And this, when I tell you, especially for our guests from the region, sounds like a fairy tale. It sounds like something that Slovenia and other Central and Eastern European countries experienced in 1999 after Helsinki Council meeting said these countries can join as of 2002. It sounds like something is really happening. There's a clear goal, EU membership. This is what we want for these countries. There's acceptable timeline within just a couple of years, maximum 4 years, and both the Commission and the key member states are supporting it. So this means for everyone in the region, for different interest groups, it means this is happening. So let's use this process, let's use the developments that are happening to push our own agenda, to defend our own interests, to see the reforms in these countries that we, coming from our different angles, want to see. Take Montenegro. According to the European Commission, the most prepared country, it could prepare itself by the end of the next year. Let's look at the chapter 19 out of 33 policy areas. It deals with social policy and employment. In fact, the level of preparedness is very low there. In fact, since 2015, this candidate has not improved significantly, has not improved at all when it comes to the level of preparedness on this. And the Commission says it plainly. Legislation strategic documents are missing, there are no institutions, there's no capacity, there's no resources for implementation of it, and you're simply far away from even what at the EU level it is. An independent analysis such as Vienna Institute, WIIW, who probably of you most know, has this convergence table in which they look at the statistics in the past couple of years, they look at the statistics at the moment, and they conclude if the convergence with the EU average is possible for the candidate countries. You know what they say for Montenegro when it comes to the social policy? When it comes to the unemployment levels, Montenegro would need, with the current pace, 32 years to reach EU average. When it comes to poverty reduction, 91 years to reach EU average. When it comes to overall inequality in social spectrum, 71 years. When it comes to gender employment, do you know how long? Never, because the statistics shows that they're going to the downflow. So, Commissioner Koss says, you can prepare by the end of the next year. Member states say, if you do, we will help you. What does that mean for us who are interested in social policy, who are interested in employment and labor rights, you who are at this panel? It means this process, just like it was in Central and Eastern Europe, just like what it was with other countries, should be used to push for our own agenda. This would mean we, you, this would mean everyone should push European Commission to not say, well, this is not that important chapter, or let's see, have some derogations of it, or let's see what happens. But we should say, no, this is extremely important area. This is where Montenegro needs to deliver if it wants to conclude. So we need also member states to support that kind of agenda. But there is a problem, and with this I want to conclude. First problem is that this fairy tale I told you at the beginning, not many in EU member states believe in it. Many MPs in Bundestag as well are not happy about the enlargement. They're not supporting it. So there is kind of a pressure, let's do the reforms, let's make progress, but let's not speak too loud about how much actually these candidates are missing. Because if we signal that these countries are too far, we might frighten them in their support for enlargement. There's also the second problem. The message to the interest groups, like I mentioned, is don't do it. We can find a bit different way to have an influence. Let's not necessarily ruin the process and ruin the fairy tale that is emerging. And the third, there are parallel processes. First of all, a lot of things that are happening in the accession process also happen in different processes, like gradual integration, like regional integration. So there is a diffusion of who is in charge for what. So when you go and argue for things, when you advocate for certain things that the Commission should take on, they can easily tell you, but this is, at the regional level, we have this initiative which we are not really in charge of. So it's very difficult to point to that. And the third, which I think for this panel is the most important one, it's the difference. It's the parallel realities in the candidate countries. We have Albania, Montenegro, Moldova, and Ukraine, which do have this perspective, which have political leaderships that's showing interest to work on the reforms, but we have all the other candidates where that kind of energy is not present, and where they are saying, we don't believe in this story. We do our own way, and we don't take it as it is. So, trying to advocate for any rights, labor rights, employment rights, through accession process with the countries that don't believe in the process, that don't see themselves joining anytime quickly, and that are not maybe interested in different reforms is an impossible job. You can say, we can do advocacy, we can try, but very little will be moving. So to conclude, I think what Commissioner Koss said, what we see in parts of the region, is really a new momentum. There's something happening. There are openings for arguing and advocacy of certain things, but that will not happen on its own. Marta Koss can't do it on her own. Slovenia as a member state can't do it on our own. And you and us can't do it on your own. We need to bring in as many allies as we can. With that, I conclude and happy to have a discussion.
So thank you, Mr. Cherimagic. Dear Adi, thank you for the keynote. So we now move to the panel, to the panelists. Before giving the questions, maybe I would just like to introduce the panelists. Most of you are members of the parliament, so the discussion is also going to be very much institutionalized in terms of the politics that is unraveling not just in the individual member states and candidates, but also vis-a-vis the region. So without my further ado, I would like to welcome Ms. Sandra Berčić from We Can, Možemo, Ms. Monika Zajkova from North Macedonia, the Liberal Democratic Party of North Macedonia, Mr. Radomir Lazovic from Green Left Front from Serbia, and last but not least, Ana Veselinovic from Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung. Thank you again for being here. But because Adi spoke about the momentums, so we have new momentums, but we also have old momentums, older momentums, not just Slovenia, but also Croatia. So I would like to start with you, Ms. Benčić. So looking back to the Croatia's accession process, what can be drawn vis-a-vis not just the social cohesion, but also vis-a-vis the labor rights when looking from the perspective of Croatia?
Not much good. Unfortunately, I'd have to say that. So, because I will just start directly, because social policy and labor rights as well are not this hard competence of EU. The negotiations in that area, especially in relation, I would say, to all our countries coming from the socialist background, where we had already many institutes in place for social protection and labor rights, position of unions, etc., had maybe now looking back, maybe more negative effect in terms of loosening up existing guarantees than strengthening it. And I will give you a few examples. So, for example, labor rights. The European Commission at the time, I'm not saying that's not changing in the meantime, but at the time, and we were negotiating from 2005 to the end of 2011. So I think 5 years and 9 months. At that time, I would say, relatively radical market policy and market orientation of European Union was embedded in negotiations. That meant that for labor policy, for example, one of the goals was to create dynamic labor market. What it really meant, it was to kind of make it easier for employers to sack workers, but also, of course, then what they wanted is that, you know, the fluctuation on the labor market is more dynamic. But it led to the consequences that, for example, labor laws that were brought in the period of pre-accession were basically with lower guarantees for workers than are now or than were before, because of labor market liberalization policies. Flexible time hours, flexibility generally, what they call flex security. I don't know if you remember flex security term. So everything, you know, was focused on that and making the labor market more dynamic and not straightening labor rights. In social policy, I have to say, but it's not only European Commission, it was also the World Bank, which was pushing for something that was packed as the institutionalization, which actually meant that people should be getting their social services in the community, not to be institutionalized. So it's a good idea, basically, yeah? But the result of it was that we have weakened the institutions and haven't created social services in the communities. So basically what we have now is that we have 20 years of underinvestment in, for example, housing for elderly, that we have complete lack of investments in institutional protection of people who are unable to live on their own, and that we do not have, that we didn't created the securities in the communities that could bear, that could take over the social services and deliver it, and we will never will. We never will, because if you, at this point in time, if you really want to have social services in the community for elderly, for people with disabilities, for other types of marginalized groups, you need people. You need people. We do not have people. Not only us. Nobody in European Union has enough skilled, we do not have enough people at all, but we do not definitely have skilled people for provision of social services. This is why we have to rethink. We have to rethink how do we actually now recreate some of the policies that were giving some kind of social protection, especially for the elderly. Especially for the elderly. So I just wanted to say that if European Union doesn't take another course where social rights, labor rights are one of the priorities in negotiations, in a sense that they take it as their own capacity, as something that is guaranteed by the European Union, then the left will not be able to advocate effectively for the benefits of entering the European Union, and there are benefits. Of course, there are benefits. But, and another thing, what I wanted to say, one of the main points, one of the turning points would be if the European Union now, creating the budget for the new financial perspective, would introduce affordable housing as a European Union level policy funded by EU directly to the cities in the EU countries, but also accession countries through different programs, because this is, for example, one of the most burning social issues all over Europe. So that would be a step forward, not saying, we don't have a competence. We didn't have competence over defense, yeah? European Union also, but now it has, because, it's burning. This is also burning. So.
Thank you very much. So it's really great, and I would like to continue with that. So you said about losing social guarantees when entering the European Union. Some of them, not all of them.
That's not the case for all the countries, but for the countries coming from the socialist bloc where we had that very strong, in place, it's different. Maybe in some countries will be, completely different experience.
Yeah. And from that perspective, so from becoming from the socialist bloc, as most of our countries are, former Yugoslavia, of course, I would like to continue with Ms. Zajkova on the economic reforms and the political reforms in North Macedonia, also due to the blockages on the European path, but also, as you said, so how can we, and Adi also mentioned the phasing integration or differentiated integration that is coming now amidst, the war in Ukraine. How and what is the role of the national parliament, particularly of the North Macedonia, when it comes to decoupling the economic from the political dimension, which is now spurring from the European Commission?
Well, thank you. I will say that yeah, it's okay to have like that stage grade enlargement process, because there are some countries like mine that are waiting a long time in the waiting room. But I will not speak about decoupling the both processes, the economic integration and the political integration. Because when we have the economic integration going ahead and we have political integration that it's stalled, it drains the motivations for making big reforms in the system. So in our situation, doing just the economic integration and showing that we have economic improvement, it gives the government opportunity to say, look, we are doing good at economics, and they are avoiding to do the painful reforms in the social area, judiciary area, and so on. So I think that we need to talk about one process if we want to keep the process democratic and transparent. I was not enough aware of how important it is not to talk about parallel processes, but one process. Since I have opportunity to meet one young football player from Macedonia, who had a good international career, and I asked him why you are not investing, because the country is doing well economically. We can say that we are very stable economically, but he said to me, in what should I invest? In construction sector, because this is the most favorable one, which is not giving some kind of huge input in the economy. Or should I invest in political unstable country when the governments are changing all the time, so you don't have political stability? It's a country without predictable European integration process, because we are candidates since I was maybe, I don't know, first grade of school, and we're still waiting the process to be done. And on the other thing, you said you're economically stable, but if something gets wrong, we don't have any kind of independent institutions or independent juridical system when we can prove our rights as investors. So this decoupling, I realized that this decoupling is just giving the government excuses not to do the reforms that need to be done to protect the human rights, labor rights, and so on, but just is showing that we have like economic growth, economic integrations, we are receiving funds from the European Union, but in a long term, actually we are losing a lot of people, a lot of money, and a lot of investments. This also, I think, is the decoupling is crucial to help them to build the clientelism, because the government can, without transparency, they are using just the funds, they're showing up to people that, look, we have something. But on the other hand, it empowering those who have argument that the reforms are not pay off. So we can doing it just economically, use the union, and we won't done anything else. And it comes like the theory of the cake, those situations that we have with these bilateral issues, not to doing the reforms, but just to avoid them, and said the European Union doesn't like us, so we will just use her for the funds. And what is crucial, I think, that we as a domestic parliaments, we need to work on building again the trust in the processes. We need to work for integration which will not just deliver improvement of GDP, but also improvement of, as Commissioner Kos says, fair wages, labor protection rights, free trade unions, freedom, rule of law, and so on. And I think that we need to talk about one process, because the economic progress without political integrity, for me, from my point of view, is unstable economic process. So we need to link every economic benefit with measurable democratic reforms. Only in that way we can talk about integration, which serves to the citizens, and not just expand the markets, or it's just a number. But it's followed by the core values that the European Union was established on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to use your, I would say, term of investing into the economy, and the European Union is doing something in investing in stabilitocracy also in the region, and one of the most striking examples here is Serbia. The Serbian case was probably the one that also exemplified the stabilitocracy as a term in the academic and the policy circles, and of course, Mr. Lazovic, you are coming from Serbia, you're a member of the opposition in the parliament. How do you see the stabilitocracy vis-a-vis as we all said, the needed democratic reforms?
Well, first of all, you welcome members of the academia for us contributing with the word stabilocracy and the concept. And second of all, I would like to start by noticing something. I don't know if you noticed our key speaker, Mr. Čeremagić, being really a polite and a decent person, didn't speak about Serbia in his keynote, because he was leaving to us to figure out who is the one that wasn't mentioned, that actually wasn't doing good in all this time, and I thank you for that. But the thing is that there's a huge problem with our EU accession, that coming not only with the tragic numbers that we have, similar to other countries even worse, and all the brain drainage and all the criminals in the power, but there's this situation that we have a captured state in which it looks like a state, it looks like we have institutions, it looks like we have, I don't know, courts or media or parliament or whatever, but it's only working for the ruling party. And in this situation, it is highly unlikely that something is going to change by itself. You need something that is going to demolish this system and then create an idea of a new one. What we see now in this moment is the mass protests in Serbia, mainly by students and young people, which started it, and the citizens get to it. But the thing is that the ruling, I don't know what to call it better, but the regime, the criminal regime, is still hanging on it. And then we spent the last year with protests, blockades, like the biggest one in the history, which I'm certain that you know of, are trying to change something in this what's happening. But this term of stabilocracy wouldn't be, this situation of stabilocracy wouldn't be possible if we didn't have hypocrisy from the European Union side. This hypocrisy is maybe best described by the Ursula von der Leyen statements when she comes to Belgrade and she says that Alexander Vučić is the champion of EU integration. How? Where does it say? How? What are the reasons for this? And it has been working for some time because they didn't need to deal with Balkans or deal with Serbia in that term. Then they had a stable country, stable in the worst idea of it, and it could have been like that. Luckily, some positive things are happening now, and I think that we should all, I know that myself and people I work with, and I see students and citizens, so we refuse to be a victim of this. We don't want to be sad story that should be said how the Hippocratic European Union actually doesn't stand for its values. We refuse this. We want to change this. We want to work with the ones that we can, and that's why we are connecting with the progressive forces, with the Greens, with leftists organizations, with anyone who wants to listen to us and work hardly in changing this. And I think that now we are in a moment when there is some good news coming from Brussels, Strasbourg, whoever, Berlin, you name it. Things are changing. It's the stance against the ruling party or a government, whatever you want to call it, are actually changing, and you have more and more voices. And one of these voices is Marta Kos. She is actually a nice, fresh voice that we now have. Okay, some of you will say, well, Varhelyi put such a low standards, which is true, but it's nice to have someone that would say that it is the students and citizens of Serbia, what they want is actually what European Union is asking from Serbia to change if she wants to be part of European Union. I must say also something that I also think that the thing with European enlargement, it is not a technical question. If you leave it like this, I think then never is going to be the answer to all the aspects that we want to, achieve to become similar or same as European Union. I think it's a political decision, and without this political decision, we are always going to be left in this loop, in this system quo or whatever, and that's exactly where this kind of governments wants us. There's a declarative idea that Vučić government wants to be part of the EU. I'm not saying Serbia on purpose. And there's this evil EU that doesn't want us. It's always like this. So basically what they want is to create some sort of periphery, Wild West country in which you can have different kind of misconduct in which they will always be in power, they will get more and richer, people will be living the consequences of this kind of politics, and you will never have any change, but there is all clear, it's clearly who is guilty, and it's this evil Europe that doesn't want us. And the consequences of these politics being the fall of Canopy in Novi Sad, which is of course the most tragic one, but they are every day. And as we were speaking, right now I got a message from Belgrade that one of the ceilings of the elementary school fell down. Luckily no one was injured today. But what's going to happen tomorrow or any other day? So I think that what's changed, and I will finish because my time is apparently up, the thing is that people are fed up and they want to change something in this, and I think I'm having this positive and negative days when I'm thinking about it. My positive days is this is how this chaos that we are living in Serbia in this moment, that's how the change looks, because we didn't manage to develop the infrastructure for the change, and now we are doing it, in the sort of chaotic way. On other days, when I'm not that optimistic, I'm afraid that it's all going to fall apart, of course, as any normal person does. But then I find my strength into, just refusing to be a victim. As I said, we are refusing to be a victim of this politics, Hippocratic politics that are happening. What we want to do, we want to participate into critiques like Sandra has, and we want to be part of this general framework of Europe, and then we want to contribute it not to be Europe of Orban or Trumpist ideas, but it to be a left, green, or progressive, or call it whatever you want Europe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we can see here that we have a clear tension between the top-down and the bottom-up approaches within the region when it comes not just to the democratization and the political processes and economic processes, but to the enlargement as such. So I would like to ask Mr. Čerimagić, because he is the best of both worlds, as I would like to say. So where do you see the potential for, the social and the economic convergence between these two levels, that it's not just left to the elites?
I think that Mr. Lazovic and Mr. Benčić said something that I, as an analyst, probably can't say in a way that I should have said it also in my keynote speech, and that is that in the essence, this is a political issue. This is not about, this strategy, this law, or it's about where do you have people burning politically to push the agenda through, to put it on the agenda and to put it on the thing. I think top is good because the Commission, in this world of chaos in which these politicians like Orban, Trump, and all the others strive, has procedures, has its system. We can say it's slow, we can say it's problematic in some of its values and some of its things that it pushes through, but at least there is a system behind it. I think people like President Vučić and many politicians in Bosnia and Herzegovina or North Macedonia, they really strive in not having a framework, not having procedures, not having processes, and not working within that framework. So I think in that sense, having the Commission, having the accession process, but as I tried to explain in my keynote speech, labor rights, employment rights are not a priority of the Commission at the moment. If a front-runner Montenegro hasn't done anything since 2015 and nobody's flagging it out, if it wasn't for this Congress and us discussing it, then it's an issue. So we need someone in Slovenia, we need someone in a couple of other member states, we need also people from the region, from Montenegro itself, to advocate for those kind of things. And that, again, will only work in countries like Montenegro, Albania, or Moldova, where there is a sense of we might be actually joining, so we need to work on this. It will not work in Serbia with the current government because they neither probably want nor believe that this will happen anytime soon. Same goes for Bosnia and Herzegovina. So I would advocate, as you said, because this is me, I would advocate that the Commission and how it works with some of the countries is a good instrument, but someone needs to come from the outside to push them to put that as their priority. Otherwise it will not be, and then we will end up in the situation as Ms. Benčić explained in the case of Croatia.
It works. So the push, one of the pushes that has to be done or should be done is from the grassroots, from the civil society, and that's why I'm really happy that we also have Ms. Veselinovic here from Stiftung, who is one of the financers, the projects for the grassroots mobilizations across the region. So how do you see that? So we are talking about the single candidate countries or member states, but the European Union as such speaks about us as a region. So do you see the potential of the grassroots mobilization regional-wise?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, when we observe the grassroots initiatives in the last 20 years or so, we could see at least two waves, significant waves. One was 10 to 15 years ago, who also came from the student movement, and I would say, and I argue that it was the first social movement we witnessed since the fall of socialism in this region. And this movement, even though it was not coordinated at all at the moment, this movement demanded greater social rights. So that's why it was social movement, and then by demanding the free access to higher education for everybody. It acted as a defensive movement for the remnants of the socialist welfare we mentioned. Now, after that, yeah, and this movement has produced or had its influence in the politics, and now we see the members and actors of this movement now in this room, in Levica, in Možemo, and in many other, in Zeleno-Levi Front and elsewhere along the region. Now, we are witnessing a different situation. Like the region, it has been, I recently realized that there is a Western Balkan region, the region which includes actually non-EU Balkan countries, and it has been observed as an entity which is sometimes seen homogeneous, sometimes it's impossible also to see it due to the different relationships within the region. However, this region has 15 million, near to 16 million inhabitants, and is marked by very harsh socioeconomic situation. So the economics and social situation of the region is quite depriving. So we are economies which are foreign direct investment led. We have a majority of our populations and labor force working for wages between 350 and 450 euros. We have median wages around 600 euros. We have low quality jobs. We have very, how to say, we have no technology transfer whatsoever with these foreign direct investments. So there are many, many reasons why we should be hoping to witness a large social protest. However, we do see them, but not in this sphere. Not in this sphere. So not in the sphere of social policies and labor policies, but we are seeing it. We are seeing the rise of the grassroots mobilizations in different spheres, which is now connected to extractivist policies, which are also, I would say, widespread. We are witnessing the mobilization in Serbia against Rio Tinto, but this is not the only. This is maybe the most remarkable example, but the same policies are in place in Bosnia and Herzegovina and elsewhere. And one hopeful, how to say, tendency which we can see now is, I have to say, beyond this despair and madness we are living in Serbia, we also see in my view, one of the most hopeful movements in the history, in the modern history, not only of the region, but I would say, I will argue, and wider. The movement which is demanding, which is promoting solidarity, empathy, demanding responsibility, which can be seen also from one side as a weakness of such, because there is political heterogeneity, and people would say, oh, these are utopistic, I don't know, strivings, but at the same time, maybe they are seeding seeding some new, how to say, call for a rethinking of the structural position of the region, which puts us in quite in powerless position. Now these movements, which are, whose impacts are also cross-border, we can observe them, maybe are spreading some hope that another social force is rising and demands something which simply goes beyond the liberal democracy. Yeah.
I would like to stick to that. So then you call for this restructuring of the structural position of the region as such, because it's part and parcel of every country here. I would like to start with Mrs. Zaikova because she has to catch a flight, and thank you for being and sticking here with us. So how do you see that stemming from the, as you said, from the parliament, you also being a member of the movement, student movement during the, I would say, revolution in North Macedonia. So how do you see the potential new wave of the grassroots movements in North Macedonia, for example, or the pressure from Serbia, the social momentum coming to North Macedonia?
It's painful that we are still talking about the basic European values and how we can improve it, except we talk about, I mean, it's a fact that Brussels is going like, the pressure of Brussels declines. So it's a role of the domestic parliament to step up and to fight for the rights through bringing legislation and their oversight role that we have. I mean, in a time when we have AI that is exploding and taking us so much power, we are still talking about basic rights, fundamental rights, and so on. Expect of talking how we will protect the humans or the workers in an area where AI is getting more powerful, because, yeah, it's providing new technology and so on, but it should be connected with getting more easily the life of the people and not replace them. And maybe we will be risked some of the workers to be replaced by the artificial intelligence. So in Macedonia, on Parliament, I mean, according to the student movements, we showed up that students can be very powerful, but if they if they enter in the institution. I'm like a good example of that because I've started through the student plenum, and then we made our relations with the political alliances, and we provided ourselves places to enter in the parliament, and so on. Then I enter in the Liberal Party. But now what I'm step for in the parliament is again on making basic things like changing the law of labor, because it says about the labor and rights. So I need to say that we're still facing with situation when we have a lack of protection of the workers, of the platform workers and temporary workers. We are working still on issues like how to make clear limits of misusing the short-term contracts, because we are facing now in a situation where political parties are using this tool just to provide themselves potential votes. So they're giving to people short-term contracts and keep them in short-term contracts until the next elections, just to provide that they will vote for them. We're facing currently with situation where the trade unions are getting less power. They're trying to fight for increase of the minimal wage according to the productivity and customer basket. but the government is not listening to them, and they just created parallel trade union, which is pro-governmental, so people are getting confused. And we need to, inside the parliament, to fight about putting clear conditions who can form trade unions and who will fight for the worker freedoms, and a lot of basic daily issues that we are working on. What is crucial, I think, that as a parliamentarians we should prove that what comes in the reforming process or integration process is not just Brussels requirement, but we have a domestic position or role to build standards which will guarantee the dignity and security of the people in the countries.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, and take my apologies that I need to catch my flight and leave this debate, even though it's amazing. And thank you, Luca, for the invitation and opportunity to be here. Thank you a lot.
I would like to continue with Ms. Benjic. So we are talking a lot about the progressive leftist grassroots movements, and Možemo is one of the best examples in the region or even beyond about that. So how do you see this new momentum also from not just from Croatia but also from the region vis-a-vis the debates as we've seen, the security, you know, the resilience, and nobody's talking about the social welfare resilience, nobody's talking about the labor rights resilience. What is the role of Možemo and broader?
Well, I would say that in general, the left in Europe, but not only in Europe, and progressive parties have kind of, I don't know how to say, not accepted, but they were forced to, they were forced in the corner by this very strong narratives being placed by the far right and the even center-right parties in relation to security, national security, but also in relation to general rising nationalism, I would say. And when that started to happen, and when the far right started to grow in different EU countries, we actually took the position to protect the basics, to protect actually liberal democracies, although we had a problem with liberal economy, but we were defending you know, the core values of the European Union, because if those are shattered, then we don't even have a platform anymore. We don't have a even political platform to talk. So this is what is at stake. Yeah, you can see that as a consequence in Hungary, for example, how it's hard to be in the opposition in countries which are basically authoritarian. So we were protecting that, but I think we should really talk about changing the strategy. And I think what we should be doing is stop being defensive and really start being not only, lead, but really to set the agenda. We have to put things on the agenda. And to put things on the agenda, we need to do two things. First, we need to take topics which are related to the quality of lives of majority of people, of working people. So we can't deal with, we can't do the agenda setting only on identity issues, which concern 500 people in one country. We can't do that. And the second thing is that in order to generate the support, we need to go back to what is basically our DNA, and that is community organizing. And I think we should learn and exchange between unions and their models of organizing and political organizing. If we do that, if we give topics which are important to 80% of people in the country, and we put them on the agenda, what happens is that the right and the far right doesn't have a consensus on it among their parties and among their voters, because one part will have to protect the capital that is sustaining them, and they will have to take that position. On the other hand, they will lose the popular support because the topics are, of course, they're important to the people. No? I'm not saying popular in a negative sense, but they're important for the daily lives. And we should be bombarding parliamentary agenda, public agenda with those kind of issues. Putting them first, they will vote against. You do the campaign. For example, we have seen now in Croatia, because now we finally have a European parliamentarian, only one, but he's a good one, Gordon Bosanac. So he's doing a great job there. And what he does, every week or every 2 weeks, or once a month, I don't know, every time they have a vote on something in the parliament, what he does, he makes these beautiful photos of how center-right and right voted, and how the left and the Greens voted in the parliament. And it's very simple, you know. So, for example, he had, who voted against taxing the ultra-rich? You know, HDZ from Croatia, you know. So, it's really important to use this kind of communication tools to do the campaigns on those kind of topics. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we will stay in this defense position all the time, and we can't win through the defense. I mean, the Greeks have won the championship once with playing defense football, but that was once in 30 years, and it will not happen again, I hope. So we have to, you know, do the other way around. Thanks.
And I'm not saying this because it's always good in a conference to say something good about organizers, but I see this initiative that you did, Luca and Yolanda, as something in this direction. I think that these kind of laws that you are in and efforts that you are putting up here is something that is actually proactive role. In Serbia, we had this law for controlling the rent, which came as shocking to people in Serbia. Like people, they were like, nobody does this, like you are going to destroy the free market, and we're like, yes, I mean, that's a good thing. So what we wanted to do it's self-explanatory, we wanted to control the rent because people can't afford it, and you can ask yourself, who are these flats being built for and who is going to live in them? Nobody, because it's an investment that's been resold and, you know, being traded for and so on. And these kind of things are actually poking the eye of the establishment, of the people that are maintaining the status quo, and I think that's a good way that we as leftists should do something. Because for such a long time we are in defense. For such a long time, we are always reacting to someone else's destruction of our rights, deregulating of the different kind of the society. I don't know, beating migrants or whatever is the new agenda of the right or these kind of people. So I mean, I know it's hard, and I have no some general solution, but the thing is that what we need is proactive approach and always pushing the agendas that we have. And sometimes I feel that we are maybe too much complicating things, which I know that everybody from the left can relate with this sentence. Sometimes we are overthinking these things. Sometimes we need to push what we stand for from the heart. It doesn't have to be perfect. We will figure it out along the way, along the process, if we are up for this kind of process that everybody can participate and we actually listen to the people that are contributing and stuff that we sometimes tend to speak and not really work in implementation. So I really like what you are doing here, and I would really love to see this something like this in Belgrade, and I mean consider this as a small invitation to do something together. Maybe next year, exactly. Maybe next year. I see I provoked Sandra, so.
No, I was like saying yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So unfortunately, time is up for our parts of the discussion, but of course we are waiting for the comment section, so and the question sections. I don't know, maybe. We have microphone.
Thank you for your presentation. Really, I appreciate the opportunity to learn from all of you. It's democracy, I think, in the European Union. Second things I would like to address to Mr. Cengic, if I pronounce very well your surname, because you invite me to advocate on behalf of Montenegro. Unfortunately, I'm really disappointed to hear that you do not have right information from Montenegro side related to progress reports for 2025. 90 chapter, it's assessed as good progress. I can speak because I am head covering position of head for working group for chapter 2, free movement of the worker. And yes, you're right, somebody should push us. But in this moment, for Montenegro, we pushed ourselves of bottom of our heart, believe me. For example, myself, I'm working maybe 18 hours for my salary. You cannot compare my work, which is done, with salary which I received. How you can explain that I pushed myself? Why? Because I believe that I'm doing something for my country and that my country will be 28 member states until 2028. It's related to democracy. I suppose that this event is actually organized to share attitude and value of democracy in the European Union. From my point of view and from my very good relation with Germany government, I could say that until today, I never hear that Germany not support Montenegro. Why? Because they put it some financial amount for experts in order that Montenegro fulfilled requirements according to negotiation process. Not only for free movement of the worker. What Montenegro did until today, we align all legislation in order to equalize rights of the worker from EU in Montenegro. We put it on the side all barriers which we have in our system. And second things, I am proud that Montenegro in the region, it's look as stabilization, as a friends of all our countries. 2 weeks ago, I and my state secretary was with my minister in Serbia, in Belgrade. My minister spoke there and we felt very, very friendly. We also showed to our colleague from Ministry of Serbia opportunity to support them in order to have on the regional level assess and guiding of working migration. For Albania, 2 days before, 2 days ago, I had a panel with my colleagues from Albania. She is also head for Chapter 2. We share in friends our attitude and our willingness from our country to be next member states. Bosnia and Herzegovina as well. Last week we had a delegation from Bosnia in Montenegro in order to share our knowledge in this process with them. Kosovo always supported us. I hope that I will not escape somebody other, because now we're speaking about regional cooperation, and Croatia and Slovenia for whole this process. I'm working in the ministry 17 years. I never feel that we do not have regional cooperation, especially now in this moment. And for Montenegro, I'm really so glad to host you and your organization in Montenegro in order to see how Montenegro doing very well, not only in terms of European integration, also in terms of regional cooperation. Thank you so much for your time.
Exceptional comment, dear colleague, from Public Employment Service of Slovenia. We have been collaborating with all candidate countries for many years in bilateral matter, and also we have CPSEC platform. I think we have very good exchange of labor force. We try to do the best for fair recruitment, for fair treatment of your workers in Slovenian labor market. And we will give all our support needed for your capacities regarding QRS, coordination of social security, to implement AKI, which is not an easy, I know, because I was in a process when we were learning. So it is our hand and our heart and our support. And we would like to welcome you very soon in our family, because it will be very good for workers. Because, you know, I remember times when we were not in EU. We have no money for active labor market policy at all. We have years without money. And after the entering, of course, we are paying and we are getting back project-based and so on. Now, I think, being member of European Union, I think it benefits for workers and also for our economies. So I think it should be positive and look forward to join this very democratic and friendly and cooperative platform. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for your comments. When I was talking about the Montenegro's preparation in that chapter, I was referring to the level of preparedness for EU membership, not the progress since the last year. So European Commission, for those who are not aware of that, has two scales when it comes to assessing candidate countries. First scale is in which it assesses whether and to what extent country made progress in doing things since the last year. And I believe colleague was referring to that one. What I was referring in my presentation was the level of overall preparedness for EU membership, which since 2015 has improved just by the half a point, because the scale that the Commission uses, it can be quantified from 1 to 5, for example. So Montenegro is now around 2, at 2, and that hasn't changed. And it's, in that sense, it's still far when it comes to a level of preparedness, which from 1 to 5, you need at least 4 to be deemed as prepared for EU membership. Montenegro, with that level of preparedness, is still not there. That was not implied to people working in the institutions, because as someone who also has experience from working in the candidate country in the public administration, I know it's civil servants who take the most of the work that they do. We've seen that in Croatia and other countries as well. They work for 18 hours, 20 hours, work for the weekends, and they don't do it because of salary. They don't do it because of a prospect of getting bigger salary. They do it because they believe that it's good for the society and for their country. And I think what I've meant with the advocacy was actually to help you also in doing your job. Because if you're really going to achieve the level of preparedness that is necessary, the 4 out of 5, you will need not just support that you get from Slovenia, not just support that you get from GIZ, but much more of support and much more of the focus on that. So that was not the criticism of the Montenegro's perspective of the EU membership. It was really meant as something which needs to be supported in order to achieve it. So I think where I maybe triggered you because you talked about the level of progress since in last 12 months, I meant the overall level of preparedness. On Germany as well, I've mentioned Chancellor Merz, Foreign Minister Wadefuhl, institutions are really supportive of what the Commission is doing and what the Commissioner Koss wants to do, and that is to prepare countries to join the EU. They've not just allocated for the past years, they've also invited institutions to come up with proposals how more countries, candidates can be supported in these efforts. In that light, also this sense of advocacy. Let's have more resources dedicated to the work that you do. Where I spoke about a bit of skepticism is, and now I can refer also to Commissioner Koss' speech, is that there is a sense, for example, in Bundestag, that this process and getting new members endangers citizens of Germany, workers of Germany, or the citizens of the EU. Commissioner Koss said, first question she got after the presentation was, how is this enlargement going to affect my workers? She was not talking to workers in the Western Balkans, in the candidate countries. She was talking, or that member of the European Parliament was talking about the workers in the EU. And I think this debate is something that is happening, it's ongoing, and we also, who are interested in that, need to have good arguments to explain to these MPs and MEPs why this is not the case. So in that sense, it was the comment on on Germany. Otherwise, thank you very much for all the support that you give for the candidate countries. It's very welcomed.
Do we have any more questions from the audience? Or comments? Or any ideas how to move forward with the grassroots or?
Okay, yeah, well, first of all, I would like to excuse myself. We have a referendum on Sunday, and I had to go to give a call to the voters with the Prime Minister to attend the referendum. That's why I missed half of the debate. But I would like to ask the following question. Now, in the Balkans, the main problem is the politics. The politics is very entangled, you know. The Croatians don't like Serbians, the Serbians don't like Bosnians, the Bosnians don't like either of them, and so on. So my question to the colleagues is, how do you think, because we're all here from a younger generation, how can we surpass this poisonous and mutual, I wouldn't say hatred, but in part it is hatred that the generation of our mothers and fathers, especially fathers, have left to us in the region. Do you see any light at the end of the tunnel?
So who wants to?
I can have a quick one. I come from Bosnia and Herzegovina, so probably the most applicable for that. I think it has to come also from the people themselves due to the circumstances and developments that are ongoing in the countries and in the region. And I think Serbia is an example of that. I mean, we had a lot of people asking why there were no EU flags at the protest. I always knew the answer, because EU, as it behaved towards Serbia, didn't deserve to have the flags on the protest. But one outcome of the protest is the communication between the Bosniak community and the Serb Orthodox community, if I can say it like that, if it doesn't offend anyone. And that is a super example of solidarity, of empathy. People from Novi Pazar, from the Sanjak area, and the people from Belgrade, what we've seen, the exchange at the level of citizens and how it then transported into a political narrative as well, including by some of the opposition parties in Serbia, is how you change society. Expecting, you know, that Marta Kost, Ursula von der Leyen, or even me from a small think tank can come and change the society is a bit too ambitious. I think it needs to somehow happen generically. And I think this is a very good example. We had it in Bosnia and Herzegovina many times during protests in 2014, but also big floods, which we had in May 2014, where you had people from Doboj, Gračanica, Teša, and Teslić really coming to help each other, regardless of their ethnic background. The problem in Bosnia and Herzegovina specifically is that it was never transported into a political movement. And this is where I would like to see in Serbia, for example, that it becomes then also part of the political culture, not just an incident that happened due to the special circumstances.
Yeah, maybe regarding this issue, I mean, we have to distinguish between two realities in which we live in. So one reality is the basic reality of lives of people who live in different Balkan states, and the political reality perpetuated through the media. So when we talk about Croats hating Serbs, Serbs hating, what we talk about is the political abuse of and even mispresentation of identities and conflicts between identities on Balkans. And why do I say that? Because it's a political game, we have to know. It's a political game for some parties, especially center-right, right-wing, etc., at least in Croatia, I have to say. So they use it as a political bone they throw so people can, discuss it around it. On the other hand, we have to say that people, especially young people, I would say, they share basically, they listen to the same music. They watch the same TikTokers and the same YouTubers. They actually, my kids, they're really kids, and they are not allowed to have social networks, but they do watch YouTube. They speak half Serbian. Because, the words they just use. So the workers from Serbia, from Bosnia, from Macedonia are working in Croatia every summer on, and they are not considered foreign workers. Foreign workers are from Nepal. People from Bosnia or Serbia are not considered foreign workers. And then you have these paradoxes, like the Serbian National Council from Croatia, it's an establishment of representation of Serbian minority in Croatia. They were organizing Serbian culture nights, and they were guests from Serbia as well. They were attacked in Split by right-wing nationalists. They were dancing traditional dances. At the same time, in that very Split, the very same city, you have concerts of Ceca, of all the turbo folk, stars from Serbia, and that's fine. So there is something else. It's not about, ethnicity and ethnic identities. It's a different issue, and it's cultural and it's political. So we have to start seeing through that and make alliances which we never show, basically. When we talk about politics between Croatia and Serbia, you see Vučić and you see Plenković. You never see us. You never see us. And I think we should show that. That's one thing. Secondly, our priority as a party, and we always say that, is that the whole region has very attainable and foreseeable accession to the European Union. And we think that's number one security, general security issue for the people on Balkans. But on the other hand, we have to be aware that it's very hard, to advocate until we have Vučić in power. We have to be open about it. It's hard. Do you see Vučić as one of the European leaders? Do we need one like that? No. Yeah.
I would maybe, I agree with everything you said. I've been spending at least 10 long years at the Croatian summer coast, and whenever I met with people, with the normal people, even from villages, this is Dalmatia I'm talking about, and even the hinterland of Dalmatia. I would always hear, we never cared who is which religion. The only thing we cared about is if somebody is good or bad person. So this is the experience we all share, from the one hand. On the other hand, we do see a lot of hatred, I would say, spread around in last years through media, through political elites, those in power. I personally, I put my hopes in these movements and tendencies which are visible, which I mentioned, if we see Western Balkans, for example, this depleted, devastated region is now under the subject of another wave of privatization of natural resources now. And this, since it's natural, the materiality of the privatization now is concerned with nature, with environment, which doesn't have ethnic, religious, or state borders. one river flows through the countries, one mountain has two sides in different, across the border. And so materiality of our future struggles, at least immediate struggles, is such that we have to join our forces and to defend the public interest, to the interest of many and not the few, together. And we have to do it together. And we are witnessing such a things now against extractivism. We see cooperation between people from Serbia and people from Bosnia and Herzegovina, both entities. And also we see the similar things within Serbia as you mentioned, and these are the things which are not represented in media. Media reporting from student protests the number of state flags and shaikačas, and they are searching for chetniks and new Serbian imperialism. This is ridiculous, I have to say, and I can argue, but not now. I would like that media pay attention to cooperation between, to joint struggle of Bosniaks and Serbs and others, others from Serbia, so the people from Serbia jointly waging some fight against madness, or people from the region waging joint fights against privatization of natural resources. I'm not talking only about extractivism, I'm talking about even previous initiatives which were engaged or mobilized against mini hydropower plants across the whole Western Balkans. So this is something, and the materiality of this struggle will produce a new experience, new practice, new mindsets, and new mindsets will oppose this toxicity which is now dominant, unfortunately.
Let me just add one thing, just for example, I mean, why also I said that it's coming from the political media space. For just 6 months ago, when Serbian students were on their way to Brussels and they were running actually through Croatia, they were hosted on the squares in Osijek, in different Slavonia villages, which were, post-war villages, but also in Varaždin. I was actually in Varaždin. So many people came out to greet them. And just, few months later, just because Thompson and because our elites, the leaders, the prime minister, had that push towards far right, you have to, you have violence against Europe, you have this and that. This is why we have to see that it's generated when it's needed to the elites to cover up something that is more important.
Yeah, but just to add one more aspect of this, yeah, if we ask ourselves who benefits from this hatred, of course identity politics benefits, but there's also one more even for me, more important thing is they benefit by they heavily invest in this. They are dealing with it, they are investing every day, they are pushing towards hatred because they want to stay in power by making these kind of conflicts and so on. So, and if we use this good example of students, of Serbian students that were actually, you can see Bosniaks and Serbs joined and together, all of a sudden, the next day, you would have attacks on the individuals that were hugging with two different flags and so on. Because it is, for the nationalistic elites, the worst thing is that people consider themselves the same There's no hatred, there's no differences. We are all together into this struggle against the I don't know, privatization of public goods or bad conditions of life or whatever. How they rule is by dividing us and separating us to the last atom, that we should never work together and we should be all individual and against each other. And that, I think, in the essence of what we are doing as progressives or leftists is that we join together into communities and fight together. And in these communities there should be not space for different kind of ethnicity, but it should be owned by all of us together. And that's why it is really important what you are saying about the same struggles, about a river, about the pollution of the air that doesn't know any boundaries or stuff like that. And for us, it's important that we always stress this out, because that's exactly what the dark side is doing. We have in Serbia a guy from fascists from France organizing stuff, Andro Gujon. So now all of a sudden he is the guy who is, fighting for Serbia. He likes Serbia more than I do. Really? And then, this is really bothering me. What they are doing, they are working pretty well. They are connecting, they are networking, they are cooperating, and to distraction on everything that is positive. So for me, it's a question of, are we willing to put even bigger effort to stop these kind of tendencies and to re-roll them back to what we are actually doing and what we are standing for?
Unfortunately, time is up. Thank you so much for the brilliant disseminations, interventions, and I really do hope that we will see each other right in Belgrade next year, hopefully under different circumstances.
Thank you.